So here's the story. Wolves are master predators, kings of the kill. But when you approach them, they usually just back off. Until now. In North America, some wolves are getting dangerously close. Way too close. I'm a tracker, and I know when something's not right in the woods. I've got to find out what's going on. This is America. All right. The wild. This is a great sign right here. You can see right here where wolves filleted in the grass, chewed on this. A vertebrae of some mammal, I don't know what. And there's quite a bit of flesh and greasiness stuck to these bones. So good news is we know there's wolves, and there's wolves very close to here right now. I'm on Vargas Island, British Columbia, a gorgeous place just north of Vancouver. And I'm trying to track down some pretty unusual wolves. A little slippery on these boots. Check this out. This is a great wolf track right here. The 2 lobes in the back, the 4 toes, the claws out in front. That is a great sign. So the wolves that live here are a little different than the wolves I'm used to back in Yellowstone. They're not shy. In fact, everything I know about wolves is that they avoid humans at all costs. But here, they're attacking people. They're attacking dogs. I mean, this is very different than anything I've ever heard of.
More now on those wolf attacks in Tofino. Since Friday, 2 dogs have been preyed upon by wolves.
I think there's just a lot of fear in town.
More now on tonight's top story, the wolf attack on Vargas Island. A young man who might not be alive tonight.
Kayakers are being warned by BC Parks to be extra careful around wolves.
Human? That's almost unheard of. Look right here. That's why, right there's a carcass. And right there in the seaweed, a fresh seal carcass. But they've been definitely feeding on this. Now, I know that's a jackpot. A wolf's a wolf's a wolf, and if there's food, wolves are coming back. I almost walked right by this thing. And then, in the forest, right there, right there in that thick forest, there's a wolf, and we're between it and its carcass. Usually, they give out that call when they're calling to their pack members, when there's an emergency situation that needs to be dealt with. And at that point, they're talking about me. So this whole time that I'm down here assessing the situation, this wolf, or wolves, have been watching me from the trees. Hanging out between a predator and its kill isn't the greatest idea. But this might be my only chance to get close shots of these wolves' behavior. So now I gotta attach this camera as secure as I can so that they don't run off with it. About the goofiest camera trap setup I've ever constructed here. Good luck, dude. Get me some wolves. So now what I gotta do is just find the natural path. And what's so cool about the beach is that it's a wolf highway. There's tracks everywhere, so it's kind of a no-brainer. Give it a little camo here. You not working, dude? Oh, you're working. Keep working. There's wolves coming. Good luck. Nighttime is wolf time. My cameras are set, and I just have to wait it out. But I'm a little cautious about spending the night on the beach. This is right where that kayaker got attacked by a wolf. It's the middle of the night. The kayaker's camping on the beach. The wolf approaches, which is really unusual. Guy wakes up, obviously surprised. Tries to push it away. And the wolf bites him in the head, shreds his head real gnarly. Wolf takes off. Guy gets over 50 stitches and is lucky to be alive. When it comes to nighttime, that's when wolves get really active. And I've got all this great technologies to be able to see these wolves if they're moving around on the beaches. So it's time to go night mode. I don't think anyone has ever filmed a coastal wolf pack at night. It's super dark and totally unpredictable.
I'm completely reliant on these. With the waves breaking behind me, I could not hear anything that was approaching me right now. So I am completely blind without this equipment right now. But I have scars on my body from an attack that happened to me with some captive wolves. And the true difference between captive wolves and wild wolves is captive wolves are not afraid of people. So now what I'm dealing with is a bit of the combination. I have wild wolves that are not afraid of people. So trust me, in the back of my head, I remember that day, being surrounded by a pack of wolves. What was that? Did you hear that? I just heard something. I don't know what it was. It's like unlike any other noise. There's wolves coming right now. They're coming back to the carcass. There's a bunch of them coming in. Looks like we've got 4 puppies, young wolves, at the carcass. An adult walked off. Looks like the adult was on the hunt. Real quick, heightened pace, nose to the ground, definitely looking for something. But while that guy's out hunting, these puppies are really kind of cleaning up the scraps. I think they're growling at each other. I definitely hear growling right now. Right over there.
I don't even know if anybody else ever has filmed coastal wolves at night. It's unbelievable. It's amazing. It's gorgeous.
This is really starting to become one of the best wildlife moments I've ever had. I'm sitting here on the beach watching wild wolves. It's a beautiful setting, and then all of a sudden, the aurora borealis, the northern lights, erupt. And this is so, so cool. It's hard to believe right here on the same shores there's been human-wolf conflict, because right now what I'm witnessing is perfection. These wolves are doing what these wolves are supposed to be doing. So there's got to be a reason out there. Something's got to be happening. And I've got to go out there and try to find out what it is.
This is the place to learn what makes wolves tick. Wild Spirit Wolf Sanctuary. It's run by this guy, Leighton Cougar, also known as Wolf Daddy. He lives with wolves, he plays with them, and sometimes he becomes them. Leighton has over 60 wolves, including the animal I came here to see. A weird cross between a wolf and a dog, called a wolf dog. Biologists suspect that some of the Vargas Island wolves of the past were wolf dogs. And some people say that's what's behind all this aggression. So I've got to learn more about these hybrids and why a dose of man's best friend would make a wolf more violent. Come here, buddy, come here. My first experiment catches me and Wolf Daddy completely off guard. Things get ugly.
All right. Well, what we're doing is we're rescuing captive bred wolves and wolf dogs from people who try making them pets. Often people think that if they get a wolf as a puppy and they raise it like a dog, it'll grow up and do just like a dog. But it can't. They have no doggy thoughts, no doggy daydreams, no doggy desires.
So, in my investigation, if I really want to dig in and learn about wolves and wolf dogs and compare the two, there's no better place than right here.
There's no better place. No, we have it all. This is your Petri dish. This is an experimental place where you can see all the different degrees from pure wolf to total dog.
I know wolves pretty well, and I know dogs pretty well, but sometimes it's hard to tell who's who. Leighton brings out White Wolf Flurry on the left and Husky Dog Zodiac on the right. Look at this. I mean, here we go. Canine action.
So this is
A lot of stuff happening
This
right
is
here.
called ritual domination. The wolf isn't interested in being super dominant, but he is absolutely interested in making sure this dog knows that he's in charge. But what's being said by the dog is that he's not going to give in. The tail says, I'm not going to completely submit to you. I get it. I get it, you're in charge. You've made that point, but I'm still going to keep my tail up.
The tail gives away more than mood. It's a major clue to canine identity.
See that tail? It's so curled over. A wolf tail can't curl over. This is as high as it gets pretty much, right in here. See, and it's not getting tight and curling over.
The wolf's tail doesn't curl. The dog's tail does. Ears, wolves are rounded. Dogs are pointier. Teeth, wolves, steak knives. Dogs, not so much. Wolf bite, 1,500 pounds per square inch. About twice as strong as a dog. And that's just for crushing bones, grabbing on and hanging on.
Tearing meat.
Kibbles and bits, elk and deer.
Elk and deer, yep.
But I need to know what happens when you mix the two, wolf and dog. And is this the creature behind the attacks in Canada?
All right, now, so this guy is a bullet. He's gonna come at you fast, but just do your deflection. If you can handle a grizzly bear, you can handle this one.
Tap into some of my old
Yes.
moves.
All right, Coda, 10 foot. Come on, come on, come on.
I meet Coda, one of the biggest animals in the Wild Spirit Sanctuary. 130 pounds of wolf dog.
Okay, move it this way a little bit more.
You know, in this investigation between the wolf and the wolf dog, you say it's a high content wolf dog.
Correct.
But you look at this animal, and this animal looks no different to me than what I just saw running around Yellowstone.
Exactly.
Usually, if a big animal like this comes up to you and just puts their big old teeth on your arm, you're thinking, I'm in trouble. I mean, look at that. It seems like, it's like, where's this guy touching me? Well, I'm gonna put my teeth on him.
And you can see that's gentle.
Yeah, look at that. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. There we go. So now, in this animal that I think looks like a wolf, I'm starting to see the dog. There is that foolish bravery that you see in dogs.
Move it this way a little bit more.
I'm having a wonderful time with Koda, and he's hanging out with my entire film crew right now, and it's just like the coolest thing to be this close to this animal.
Come here.
But there it goes. Game on. Bam! He grabs it, rips it off the camera, and now he goes into, I'm a predator. I just took something. I'm going to defend it. That was really the wolf tapping into this animal. He saw Fuzzy, he grabbed Fuzzy, he's chewing up Fuzzy. It's a Mike today, not a deer. So Leighton, being the great animal guy he is, comes up with the old animal trick. You want to get something from him, you got to give him something a little better.
So I pull off my gloves, I wad them up in a ball, and I toss it. Don't eat it. No, don't eat it. It's not food. He literally chews and swallows a pair of gloves. Don't eat it.
So things are out of control a little bit. There's not a whole lot of control going on here. This wolf dog, we're in his territory. He's doing what he wants.
Oh my gosh. But then he gets an eye on the next Fuzzy with the next cameraman. Look out for that one.
Yeah, he knows the whole
And a
game.
cord.
Here, there was what they call the crazy Casey laugh.
Tight. Yeah. Quick.
I mean, when you get in,
All right.
the dog has gone away. The wolf is there.
All right. Let's back out, guys. Back out.
And just be
Go ahead.
and just be confident and don't go too fast.
Tight.
I'll go with you guys. Come on. So right now we're seeing in that wolf dog combo, we're seeing a little more of that wolf than dog. And this is the danger. This is that collision of two different behaviors that could potentially cause some people to bleed. And we're not going to be part of that today, so we're slipping out of here.
But this speaks to the unpredictability of a wolf dog.
You know, it's interesting because the animals that I'm investigating in Canada are very, very similar to Coda here. What saved you is the fact that you have this experience. You know how to react to this animal. And if you didn't have that experience, that could have really gone really bad.
My encounter with Coda showed me just how confused wolf dogs can be. They have one paw in our world and one paw in the wild. Just think about it. You're a dog who wants to play and be near humans, and you're a wolf who wants to be out in the woods chasing prey. And maybe this confusion led to the kayaker attack back on Vargas Island. The fearless dog approached him, and the predatory wolf tore him apart. I'm amazed at how wolves can thrive in almost any habitat. And maybe breeding with dogs is how they adapt to living near us. But I can't truly understand how wolves adapt to humans without knowing them at their wildest. So I'm headed out to find really wild wolves in a place so remote, it's like a wolf Jurassic Park.
Well, we're just headed north up to the Great Bear Wilderness. We're gonna look for truly wild, untouched wolves in some of the wildest places on the planet.
The Great Bear Rainforest is this gorgeous, like, maze of mountains and inlets. All of these wonderful wild creatures that have been living the way that they're living now for eternity.
Great Bear wolves are elusive. They're the holy grail of wolf tracking. And that's good news for the wolves, but it's gonna be tough on me. Local wildlife expert Ian McAllister knows where to go.
The Dead Fish Feast.
It's a graveyard.
Wow, oh my gosh. That is all just rotting salmon.
That is macabre.
I mean, we're talking thousands, tens of thousands. You know, it's a little window of time where these salmon are running up the rivers to lay their eggs, and these wolves have learned to capitalize on that moment. They don't eat salmon that have already died. They want freshly caught out of the river salmon.
But the chances of seeing these wolves fishing is like zero. Unless I become invisible. That's where being in a dense rainforest comes in handy. I'm going 60 feet up on one of the sketchiest climbs ever.
That tree's probably been there for about 800 years, so if it falls down when you're up it, it's just really bad luck.
That would be bad luck. I mean, you can do it. Oh, this is not easy. There's all these branches that angle down towards the ground, so I can't get a good foothold on anything. Slippery like crazy. I'm out of breath. Using my elbows and my knees to hang on because my feet are sliding so much. My hands are so cold and wet. Not the safest thing I've ever done. Oh. Knocked myself out with my binoculars in the last step, but that'd been stupid. All right, wow. It's quite a view. It's gonna be a long night. I've literally got an eagle's eye view from up here on this platform. And look, it's a long way down there, a real long way down there. Finally find a great spot, get settled in. I'm feeling good. I'm up there, sun shining on me. This is gonna be perfect.
As long as it doesn't get real windy like it is right now, then I won't get wet.
It's hard to keep your spirits up when you're soggy. Sitting in a puddle, hanging on the edge of the platform. Yeah. I'm not staying dry. Water's leaking down the back of my neck, getting in little cracks in my pants.
There's nothing normal about this. It's not a very safe place to be not on your A game. And right now I'm not on my A game. I'm like on my, maybe like my K game. It's like, I just think I'm definitely losing it a little bit now.
And one thing I know about wolves, losing it is not an option.
So it's the very early morning. I can hear the stream starting to make a little bit of noise down there, the rapids. So that means that the tide's going back out, and that's what I've been waiting for. Because at that point, the water will be shallow enough for the wolves to come back to fish.
The first thing I see are bald eagles. The thermal camera's picking up their heat like stars.
Two wolves coming out of the forest. There's a wolf. There's a wolf. Right. They are definitely fishing. This is awesome. Oh, the one just went boom. Oh, wait a minute. Poor guy missed it. Oh, he just got one too. He just got one too. They both got salmon. I mean, this is so cool to show how adaptive wolves are. I mean, I'm used to watching them chase down elk in Yellowstone, and here they are fishing salmon like bears. For this morning to all come together and to sit right up here, I never thought I'd see this.
It's clear to me now, whether in the rivers of the Great Bear or in the wilds of Yellowstone, pure wolves are like shapeshifters, morphing themselves to survive in any environment. But when our worlds get too close, the wolf's ability to adapt can be a problem, because interbreeding with our dogs can create that fearless wolf dog. Now, if I know if there's a key to a wolf's heart, it's a chunk of elk.
Yes.
We'll do it every time.
Can't get better than that.
Well, let's pull it in there.
Hang on, let me get my glove. Take the pain. It's getting heavier by the moment.
You know, it's crazy. It's, you know, this is only a quarter of this animal. This gives you a perspective of how strong these animals are. I know a pure wolf is driven by two things, feeding and breeding. But a wolf dog isn't so clear-headed. So I've got an experiment that'll show me what happens when you take the two animals and put them into a wolf pack. This is ground zero for wolf behavior. When wolves, wolf dogs, They come to a carcass like this, there's all this meat, and that pack moves in. Instincts go through the roof. I want this camera to just be right in the middle of the action. And there's one extra ingredient, me.
Well, number one is I'm going to be your bodyguard.
Yeah.
I'm going to be standing just out of the way, letting you do your things, trying not to influence the animals, but take care of you. It's also important for you to know that they have not eaten in 48 hours. So hopefully this will be their primary target and not you or anything else.
I count on that. The leader of the pack is named Stormy, super dominant wolf, always the boss.
My theory is that wolf is going to push that wolf dog off of that carcass and take it over.
Release the hounds.
Come on, sweetheart. Come on, buddy.
All right, we've got our pack. Pack's in. It's a small pack, 4 wolves. But right away, the wolf dog is the boss. I mean, they're on the carcass quick. Watch out, watch out. So what do we got here, man?
So the one that's first on the carcass is the alpha. It's a wolf dog.
So he's just, again, bravery right off the top.
He's on that carcass and he owns it.
So right now, man, he's being a dominant wolf. Regardless of the dog, the instincts are there. They're on high. He's letting them know, I'm the alpha, this is mine, get back. Just like I witnessed in Yellowstone, the wolves go around very skeptical of the situation. Hey, there's a human next to that carcass. I'm not gonna move in there, even though I can barely stand it. I'm not gonna go in there without really assessing the situation. Wolf dog, meat, people, I don't care. I'm chowing down. You're getting it all to yourself. And I kind of wonder if I slip out of here for just a second, let the other guys come in, as they really want to. They want to eat. That's what a wolf wants to do. I'm gonna let your buddies in. I'll come over here.
Now that vocalization was asking if he could come in.
Right, so you're a little whining, like, can I come in there, please? Can I come in there? Now he's back to the prize. He's back to the food. Get in.
You got the air horn, George?
And I'll tell you, they're figuring it out right now. I mean, they gotta figure it out, right? This is what's happening. This is wolf body language. This is what they do. Growl, snarl, teeth, dominate, get their hackles up, tails up. We're working it out. He's torn. He's torn right now. It's food or dominance. Food or dominance. Food or dominance. I don't know what to do here. What do you think, man?
This is unbelievable. Stormy, the wolf, comes rushing in, and the wolf dog would not back down.
I mean, this experiment is actually kind of really hammered home what we've learned. What we've learned here at this facility is that, you know, I think that meat source, with my proximity to it, I mean, that represents town. Food, humans, town. And mostly wolves, like they're doing here, stay out of town.
Mm-hmm.
But Wolf dogs,
He's
they're
hanging.
willing to cross that line. They're willing to do that, and that's what he's doing. And he's the only one that's doing it. What do you think? We purposely took from the wolf that fear to create a dog. And now that lack of fear has gone back out into the wild. And those wolves are coming and jumping the fences, and they're coming in town. And that's creating a dangerous animal.
So now it's time to go back to Vargas Island, to the scene of the crime where the kayaker got attacked.
Using its feet on the rocks here because it don't want to make noise.
Completely silent. See, he's
Local guide John Ford is really familiar with the wolves here. He takes me to a beach where he witnessed something unbelievable.
Okay, so they're coming right across here.
And he got some amazing footage.
I picked them up on the other side and then came around here and saw them come out of the bush, and they just worked their way along the shore.
And see, I mean, what I see here right away is, you know, what I would call a pack on patrol. I see that they get locked in on something. Something's happening ahead. And what they're locked in on blows my mind. So right now they're in full stock mode of a black bear. This is something I've never even heard of.
Yeah, pretty phenomenal. I couldn't believe how lucky I was to witness this and get it on film.
We're about ready to go to battle with something that's got teeth and claws. And right now, man, they're just going. Unbelievable. Wolves hunting black bears on the beach. You know, and they're just, you know, trying to create chaos on the beach. If that bear would have made a bad decision, game over.
Exactly.
In Yellowstone, wolves and bears are on the same level. But here on the coast, wolves are looking at bears as prey. They have this confidence, this bravery going after this animal that has claws and teeth.
I've come across wolves out in the wild, hiking or whatever, and I've never been concerned. After filming this, watching this, I do not want to be out somewhere and run into those particular wolves.
If they can look at a bear that way, how do they look at us?
Some scientists say that the wolves on Vargas Island once had traces of dog in them. Today, they believe the pack could be pure. But there's only one way to truly find out, and that's with a DNA sample. But how do I get myself some wolf hair without getting a wolf bite? Well, I've got a wild way to find out. Meet my friend Fluffy, the animatronic wolf.
Watch this. I'll be hiding over there. He'll be on the beach in my snag system. His head moves. His tail moves. He falls over on cue. Play dead. Good boy.
This might be one of the crazier things I've done, but I gotta give it a try. You ready for this? Well, I don't think you have much of a choice.
If these wolves are fearless wolf dogs, then maybe they'll want to come up and give Fluffy a sniff. And then hopefully, they'll leave behind a lock of fur.
Insta barbed wire. If you know me, the last thing I want to do is hurt a wolf. And the wolves here on the coast, they're walking through this stuff every day, all day long, so this is nothing new to them. He's rock solid, in place. Got a few hours of daylight. I'm gonna go over there and hide. Hopefully the wolves come back tonight. Good luck, bud.
Two long days on the beach and still no action.
Wanna buy it?
Fluffy didn't get me the DNA sample I wanted, so it's time to pack it in.
Wolf, 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 wolf. Look right there in the driftwood. Perfect camouflage. One of these elusive coastal wolves.
It's a full-grown adult ripping into a seal carcass. And what's crazy is that I'm right here and he just keeps eating, just like a wolf dog.
He's definitely looking at me. Ripping big chunks of meat off.
But when I look at this wolf, I don't see any dog features. Its ears are round at the tips, just like a wolf's are. And its tail doesn't curl up like a dog's.
But on the other hand, it doesn't seem to be afraid. And that's more dog-like than wolfish.
I see him really pulling back, using those carnassial teeth, these very sharp, saw-like teeth in the back of the skull. They use like a saw and grind and cut and crunch with their jaw pressure. Lions, even wolverines and bears have these same teeth. So cool to be this close to a wolf, a wild wolf.
But then, this bigger, stronger wolf comes out and grabs this carcass, lifting it up, walking up on the driftwood.
I can't be sure if these are wolves or wolf dogs. But one thing's clear. This wolf pack has adapted to humans.
It's living up to the coastal wolf reputation. It just doesn't care about people that much. That wolf was eating it, and they drug it down this log. This is nasty.
So I follow the drag mark into the forest. I'm gonna try to follow this wolf. But one step into the forest, something unbelievable happens.
It's definitely a wolf back in here.
So my first instinct is just to talk back.
Definitely talking back.
And it's just back and forth. They're talking to me, I'm talking to them.
I don't know what the heck they think of me, but...
Even though I can't see the wolves, this is actually the perfect encounter. Because whether they're pure wolves or bold wolf dogs, we're communicating at a distance. The distance that keeps us both alive, even as we move closer. So I have no problem saying hello or goodbye with a howl. In fact, it's a parting reminder to leave wolves be on the wild side.
Listen, I've had a great time. And I'm really attracted to you. I don't know what it is. I think it's your eyes.
Out in the wild, nothing gets me more excited than a mountain lion.
Look at this spot. This is the lion's lair. This is the ambush zone.
And if you're a mountain lion, few things taste better than a bighorn sheep.
And this old boy, he went out in a tough way, fighting a mountain lion.
In rugged terrain, only mountain lions can take down giant bighorn. And with lions on the prowl, these iconic animals struggle to survive.
There's so many things. I'd love to have a little lamb like this for lunch.
In some wild places, lions eat bighorn faster than the sheep can breathe. Tracking lions is my passion, but saving bighorn is my priority.
One thing is for sure about lion chasing, it's never easy.
If lions eat all the sheep, then their own future's in jeopardy. So I'm going to the extreme to save the bighorn and the lion. This is America.
Yeah!
The wild.
Well, there's tracks everywhere out here. But I've looked at maybe 300 boulders, thinking I've found my bighorn finally. No, not yet. Eventually one of those boulders. Right here. Not just one bighorn, the entire herd.
I'm here to witness a spectacle I've never seen, the rut. But I'm not alone. Mountain lions are here too. And bighorn are some of their favorite food.
Man, just to be this close to these awesome big rams, amazing. And just to see how they're built, those massive horns, those things gotta weigh close to 35 pounds.
I know a lot about lions, but I'm just a rookie when it comes to their prey.
That was my first headbutt. Oh yeah, there we go. The hormones, the testosterone, it's made these things into like rockets.
You know, bighorn sheep look invincible. But not so long ago, you could barely find one anywhere. Wild bighorn were decimated. They're gradually coming back. But in some places, lions are killing more sheep than the herd can sustain.
That is so cool. Oh, check this out right here. This is looks like a young ewe. You can just see the very petite bones. Oh wait, there's another bone right here. Check this out, it's another bone. This is the femur of a sheep. This is not from the same animal. If you look at the petite size of these ribs, and there's a lot of connective tissue left over. This guy's a little bit older. This comes from an adult animal. And this looks like a perfect ambush zone right here. And look at this spot. This is the lion's lair. Oh, jackpot right up here. Check this out. Look at this. This spot has been going off for years. This has been an ambush zone forever. Look how old this is. And this is not your ordinary skull. If you look at all these little holes in the skull, all these sinuses, those actually act as like bubble wrap and makes them one of the strongest skulls on the planet. And this old boy, he went out in a tough way, fighting a mountain lion.
This terrain is so gnarly, the only predator capable of taking down an adult bighorn sheep is the mountain lion. That's it. But this is a real problem, because they're killing an animal that's already struggling to survive. I really want to learn how a mountain lion has the skills to take down a bighorn sheep. And the only way to do that is with the help of some friends.
Look at you guys. Last time I saw these guys, they were each the size of a loaf of bread. Not too long ago, I met two little tiny mountain lion kittens, Callie and Kaya. And I got to interact with them. Now, they're bigger. They're nearly adults. And they're gonna have the ability to show me what an adult mountain lion can do. But I also brought along another friend. His name is Roosevelt the Ram.
Okay, Mr. Roosevelt. Every time I use these decoys, I'm always really surprised how anatomically correct they are.
Now stay right there. Good boy.
If you think it's cool to let her off, well, I'll start creeping him forward and we'll see what happens.
Okay. She's off.
She's locked in.
Now, what's important to remember here is that neither of these cats has ever had to kill any live animal before. She's being really methodical about her steps. She's really creeping in slowly. Look at her. She's focused.
Get in position. She's gonna go for the neck. She's gonna go for the neck. Oh! Roosevelt moves forward. She gets up on the stump right in front of Roosevelt, looks him right in the eye and says, "Dude, you better get off my mountain." Kapow! Right in the snot knocker. Snot knocker?
Definitely not normal mountain lion predatory behavior.
But the good news is I got Kaya.
Okay. She's off.
She's gonna find him here and she's gonna be surprised. She's gonna be freaked. Oh. Oh! Look at that, right for the neck. There's something, I'm gonna kill it. Wham, bang, good bite in the neck. Game over.
She goes straight for his throat, claws, teeth out, and she exhibited her natural instincts to kill.
Out of nowhere, mountain lion's on its back. It's game over. Cat's on your back already, dude. You're done.
Seeing Kaya in action going for the kill, man, I wouldn't want to be a sheep out here on this hillside, especially in an ambush zone. I mean, I know what it's like to be attacked by a lion. I've got the scars to prove it. And now I feel like we're blood brothers, and it just gives me all the more respect for these predators. I actually smelled it before I saw it. And this might be exactly what I'm looking for. Look right here. Poop. Look at that poop. Now, that might look just like a pile of scat, but what you're looking at right here is one giant litter box. And it is everywhere. There is a lot of really recent activity. Look at this right here. And there's scat everywhere. Really, really fresh tracks right here. Mountain lion tracks coming down the hill right here. Oh, look at this. Big track, little track. That means one thing, we've got a family group. At least 2 lions. That explains all that scat, that giant litter box. The other thing is all this activity, all this back and forth here. All this fresh tracks going over the litter box. There's probably a kill really, really close. I'm gonna get up on this knob, look around. We definitely have a mountain lion right here somewhere. And I had
fresh mountain lion tracks right here, and now I've lost them. We've got scavengers in the air. There's eagles, ravens, and magpies soaring around. We've definitely got a kill around here somewhere. We just gotta look for it. Dude, look at this, look at this, look at this. Cat kill right here, cat kill. Look at this, there's 2 elk here. I've never, ever seen this before. And this is definitely mountain lion kill. This doesn't even make sense. This mountain lion killed 2 elk at the same time. So I don't know what happened here. I don't know if, mom got one of the elk and the kitten got one of the elk and they drug him in here. Now, they've got like the ultimate mountain lion buffet. And there's a lot of meat left. When they kill an elk like this, they'll bring it in here, and the first thing they do is go right into the rib cage and eat the heart and lungs. And, big toms, big males, they'll break the neck of an elk like this. But females and young, when they kill something, sometimes what happens is they do it by suffocation. They'll literally come right around and they bite right like this, right on the face, close that mouth down and hold until the elk stops breathing. And if you look at both of these elk, their mouths they're closed shut. And they were closed shut by the jaws of a mountain lion. I've tracked mountain lions before. I've filmed their kills. But this is unique. 2 elk. I have a lot to learn here. There's no way I'm walking away from this scene. I'm gonna set up my blind, and I'm gonna be here tonight when that mountain lion comes back. There's something right down there in the sagebrush. We got a cat, we got a mountain lion. This mountain lion has moved in very, very slow, a lot of thought. Even though it's moving into its kill, it knows there could be other animals around, and it's being very, very cautious. We've got another one coming up. This is good. Definitely another mountain lion, so this looks like it's confirming female with young. Yep. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Right now, I can see one of the mountain lions is actually sniffing one of my cameras. That is in your face. Don't eat the camera, buddy. Eat the elk. Okay, now this is getting interesting. I've got 3 mountain lions. There are 3. No wonder they killed 2 elk. This is awesome. So now I have got a full-size family group of mountain lions right here. 3 nearly full-grown mountain lions. No wonder they can kill 2 elk. Imagine what they could do to a herd of bighorn.
sitting here right now, listening to teeth crunching bones right over there. He spent a lot of time hoping that these moments happen, and then when they happen, it's just, I don't know if I'll ever get to see it again. I mean, it's that rare. This could be my last time ever witnessing mountain lions in the wild. So you definitely cherish every opportunity you get, and tonight has been incredible.
Oh, look at this. This is the hoof of a little mule deer fawn, probably killed by mountain lions right here in the same area.
Here in the Rocky Mountains, the lions have loads of things on their menu, and the predators and prey are pretty much in balance. But in the Sonoran Desert, the balance is gone. Same predator, same prey, but there are very few sheep and way too many mountain lions. And that's not good for the mountain lion either. I mean, lions are doing what lions do. But if they wipe out their prey base, they put themselves at risk too. So it's really hard to know what's the solution. I'm here in southwest New Mexico, and the operation, the mission, is basically save the desert bighorn. And I'm in for the ride of my life. Wow, right in this gnarly stuff here. Well, here I am, up close to a desert bighorn.
Desert vegetation?
And some desert vegetation, yeah. I mean, this place is gnarly. Does not make these captures easy at all. Now, these animals are gnarly, they're tough. Desert bighorn might be tough, but they're in real trouble. Diseases killed off most of them. Get that blindfold on, it'll make her feel a little secure while we untangle this mess. Now, mountain lions are killing the rest. So there's this awesome high-tech operation going on to save them. Last thing you want out here is an ocotillo in the butt and a hoof in the face. Hobble them up, they feel secure, and that's what we want. She's blindfolded, she's hobbled. We'll get her secure in a bag and get her back to the base as soon as possible. Here.
Well, I think what we'll do is we'll land the helicopter right here on this little ridge. If you can just hold her in your lap, put her nose out the window.
And I'm like, what? This poor gal has no idea what's in store, and neither do I. This is certainly something new. Flying over the desert, man, it couldn't be more different than the Rockies. In the Rockies, the predators and prey are in balance. Down here, sheep are definitely losing the battle to the mountain lion. So there's a huge effort going on to reintroduce sheep and increase their numbers. And it starts with monitoring their precious lambs.
I mean, that was a wild ride. What do you got there?
This is a pretty complicated process.
About 62 kilos.
Step 1, catch a ewe.
This is a rat's nest, as they say.
Step 2, see if she's pregnant.
There's a fetus. You can see the rib cage. You can actually see the heart in the upper part of the screen to the right. And you can see the heart beating.
Yeah. Then they insert this special vaginal transmitter so they can find the lamb when they're born.
Okay. So you can look at tooth replacement.
Step 4 will be monitoring the lambs to see how many the lions are killing.
So the low point for desert bighorn sheep was probably in the late 1970s when we had less than 70 sheep in the wild. And that's when we started to try and increase herd numbers.
So we've implanted the vaginal implant, and once this pregnant ewe has a lamb,
that's gonna come out, and the temperature's gonna change. It's gonna get cooler, indicating the birth of the lamb. Now we only got about 48 hours to find the ewe and the lamb to get a collar on that lamb. And the only way we can do that is with this radio collar right here that we're fastening on. So this gal, she's been processed and she's ready to rock and roll. And that was quick.
That's what we try.
You ready?
Keep the stress down.
I'm ready. Here we go. Hopefully, the next time we see her, she's got a healthy little lamb with her. But my day is far from over. We've got to process 20 pregnant ewes before sunset, and they're scattered all over the desert.
I mean, this is like the Wild West out here. We've got guns, we've got helicopters, we got cowboys, and it's like a rodeo.
One looks like an opening. Yep. Great hit. Yeah, the net's on her. Yeah, she's balled up nice. That should be pretty good. She won't go anywhere.
These guys are crazy. Diving down these gullies, just doing all these crazy moves. Pow! That net comes out and goes over the animal. Hopefully.
Just a little behind. Okay, no problem. Hold on. Watch the rock. I got it. Okay, coming in with some pedal. You ready, Stuart? Yep, ready. Okay, anytime. 3, 2, 1, now. Oh, yeah, got her. Yeah. Okay, pull up. Good net, good net.
So now I have to get on the ground, jump out of this helicopter, try not to get my head chopped off by the rotor. So now we got her tangled in the net. Gotta try to get her untangled. We have to get this animal back to the base camp as soon as possible. And if I mess up, that animal's life's at stake.
That's gonna be good enough. We'll go ahead and go over.
Do you have a bag up there?
No, I do not.
You gotta be kidding me.
We're kicking butt, we're getting a lot of ewes, we're slinging them back to base camp. 65 kilos.
She is pregnant.
You're gonna do it quick and painless. Every second counts. There can never be too many hands here at this pit stop. X marks the spot on her butt here. That's actually to make sure when we go back out looking for ewes, we will not recapture this animal. That was quick. That was like way better than a NASCAR pit stop.
You know, there's a lot of effort going on to save the desert bighorn, and that's great. It's such an important animal. But so is the mountain lion, and I hate that down here, it's a big part of the problem. So I need to find out why.
It's this old age-old thing, cat versus dog here. And without these guys, there's no way we'd even get close to this cat.
There are mountain lions all over the desert Southwest, and Arizona Game and Fish are watching their every move. Which means I can find out why the lions are hitting the bighorn so much harder down here than up in the Rockies.
Pistol, come here. Pay attention to me.
So just as the sun came up this morning, we got a signal of a cat. She was actually really close, right at the base of this mountain. But as soon as we let the dogs out, the dogs started barking. She heard that, and she's gone over the top. So now, we gotta get the dogs close, hopefully pick up her scent, and then the chase is on.
Lions have to be really gritty to survive out here in the desert. And man, that's where the story gets tough. Because you know I love mountain lions. But if these cats are eating all the bighorn, then there's some tough decisions to make.
So, when I have chased lions in the past in Montana, there's a lot of real big trees for those cats to run and get up in. I don't see any trees around here.
Back. Is that you, Boomer? Boomer! Hey, come here! Back!
You weren't lying, you said that you're gonna be yelling speck a lot today. Spot, spec, pistol, bullet.
Pistol, come here. Back. Hey, damn it.
I mean, it is a racket. There's no doubt in my mind that cat can hear us coming, and it's probably scared out of its mind.
Back.
Get that cat. Where's that cat? So that's dogs catching the scent of a mountain lion right there. And that means they found the scent of a cat, and it's time to go. 2 lions, and right as soon as we crest this hill, I can see the dogs running, and I can see a lion right out in front, right in the sunshine, just smoking across the desert. The one with the collar went this way. The dogs and the one without the collar went that way. So
I'm just hoping we catch one of the two.
yeah.
We'll see.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's gonna be interesting down there in that open, flat ground. That's,
yeah.
I mean, I've caught lions before, but never out and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It might get a little rowdy.
Yeah,
that
we
line's
need
gonna
to go. We got to get down there. We're going to compromise
we're
our
good.
safety.
Go, do your thing. Oh, it's gonna be smooth as silk.
We gotta protect those dogs. We gotta get a dart in that cat. This is when the action and the danger begins. Dogs are off the leash. I'm off the leash, my camera crew. I left them in the dust behind. They got all that heavy gear. They can't keep up. One thing is for sure about lion chasing, it's never easy.
Hey! Get back! Close it!
So as we come around the corner, all I can see is teeth and claws.
Hey, get back! Close it! Hey, get back! Close it, come here! Close it!
Dave gets off the perfect shot right into the front shoulder. We gotta go in there, start grabbing dogs before something gets hurt.
Get back! Hey!
This is Rosie. Rosie's known to be the brave one of the bunch. She got her head in the mix, literally, and those mountain lions are fully equipped with very sharp claws, and when a sharp claw gets you in the eyebrow, that's what happens. A little bit of a spurter there. Those wounds are superficial and will quickly heal. Fortunately, we got in there and saved the dogs and the cat from taking it to another level. No life lost. Come here, guys.
I'm just trying to get the cat cooled down. Grab this dog, somebody.
Come here!
Mountain lions have a lot of tools, and this one right here, they call it the kill claw. These guys are sharp. This one looks like the end of it might be in Rosie's face over there. Last time I saw one of these this close, right there. So the lions north of here, they have a high density prey base. They're moving in 100 square mile ranges. There's plenty of food. Out here in the desert, I mean, it is desolate, and prey is few and far between. And some lions have to move in ranges up to 1,000 square miles just to find food. So when they come along to a population of introduced bighorn out here, it's like walking up to a buffet. I mean, they might walk across miles before seeing one mule deer, and all of a sudden here is this kind of easy pickings bighorn, and that's when they start hammering them.
And bighorn, they like rocky points, and they like to be high places, and they're a lot of times easy to see. And mountain lions hunt like people. They're visual. They really can be really bad on bighorn sheep, especially, I think.
Got some bobbing going on. Head up. A little wobbly, a little drunk, but the reversal's working. Now it's time to go up there and catch Mom.
She's definitely across the valley, Tim.
The dogs are all going that way. We're all going that way. Then all of a sudden we get a beep over here. Turn the telemetry around. No, she's over there. Dogs all go this way. Well, that sounds interesting. People are going everywhere. We don't know which way the cat is. That way, this way.
Wow. Hot, dry, gnarly, steep, sneaky cat. This is turning out to be another marathon. Way up there, the dog's finally got this collared cat. She's caught way out on a pinnacle. They've got her surrounded. Not the most ideal spot for darting her. You guys ready?
That's a perfect spot right here.
We're gonna switch the color out, or are you gonna react?
Well, we're going to try and reinitialize this color first.
You know, it's all about the color. The whole point of this study is to track which lions are eating bighorn sheep.
Let's start getting some fluids in her, Tom.
The collar tells us when the cat's made a kill. And if it's a bighorn they're trying to protect, then unfortunately, they'll have to go in and remove that lion.
Within our project area, we probably have about 500 sheep and probably about 10 to 15 lions.
You know, they kill probably a large prey item once per week on average. These lions, I think in the desert, though, are probably a little less than that, so maybe 40 a year.
So this cat has probably killed how many animals in its lifetime?
250 maybe.
And I mean, of that, potentially half of that could be a bighorn. One animal, this cat, could literally eat a whole population of bighorn. And she looks like she's waking up, so we better shimmy down the hill.
You know, that's so unusual to be able to catch 2 lions in one day in the desert like that.
So the reversal's kicked in. She's sneaking off, going down the hill. Today's been a success. 2 GPS collars on 2 cats. Now we can track these predators.
I'm going to come back in a few days to see if either of these cats are hunting bighorn. But now, I've got to return to the bighorn rescue operation. This time, the stakes are way higher. We're moving some rams who are far more powerful. It's gonna be a whole different ball game. So I've got a crazy plan to find out what I'm up against.
Ow.
When bighorn sheep run into each other, it's like a head-on collision of 2 cars. And now I'm gonna go out there and try to capture these guys? There's no way I'm doing this unless I know exactly what I'm dealing with.
You don't mind grabbing that black case? I'll grab my special device.
So this is the zone, huh? Their headbutt's gotta be one of the strongest collisions in nature, right? But just how powerful is it? I don't think anyone has ever measured it before. But I've got a plan. There's this ram at the Phoenix Zoo named Truman, and I think he's going to be the perfect candidate for my experiment.
He really likes to ram this. This is his main area where he gets a lot of his aggression out.
I've got this awesome device here. Check this out. This is the Strike Mate. What it does is it measures power, like the true power of a collision.
If he hits it, this will be the only way that anyone has ever read the ramming power of a bighorn sheep.
Looking good. So I got the cameras all set up.
Oh, great.
And there's a couple ways I want to, test this out, see if it's working. I think I'll start off with a simple punch.
All right, hit it.
All right, here we go.
5,424.
Not bad. All right. Plan B here. I'm going bighorn style. I used to play a little football. You ready?
Ready.
All right. Down, set, hut. Ow. Anything read?
It only says 723.
No. Should we stop messing around and just bring in the pro? Oh yeah, here we go. I like that. You ready for this, man? Now you don't want to hit the... Yeah! Now you gotta hit the target, man. The target.
Casey's running up and down the fence line. Truman does not like Casey being on the other side of his fence and his mat. And then all of a sudden...
Yeah! How much was that one?
5,022. Wow, oh my gosh, he just did the first hit. It's over 5,000. Okay, it's actually less than what Casey did. That's a little embarrassing.
Hey, Truman. I'm winning. Come on, show us what you got. Yeah, good job.
5,424.
Dude, I punch harder than you hit with your horns. Come on.
I know in my heart that he can hit way more than 5,000.
Come on. Yeah! Well, he dug in deep that time.
That was 13,910.
Oh, you just killed it. Shattered the record.
That was awesome.
I mean, you can see because his like feet kicked out. He like just dug in deep.
Look at, that's an awesome number.
I mean, he
I
like
love you, True.
off the charts, dude.
That was a huge hit. We now have a great measurement on the power of a bighorn ram's head. And he wasn't even trying. And all of a sudden, he was like, bam, and that was it. That was just, that was beautiful. That deserves a snack.
Okay, sheep. That's 11 o'clock right there. Okay, yep, I got it.
So Truman's experiment has set me up for what's coming next. I've got to help move some captive rams into the wild where they'll help rebuild the bighorn population.
This cliff right here, man, I've got a lot of turbulence. Ready? Yep, ready. All right, 3, 2, 1, looks like an opening, and fire. Yep. All right, hold on, I got a spot right here. Okay, I'm off, I'm out. I'm gonna come off mic.
You know, the net's on these big rams, but they're still running around, jumping down these cliffs. Try to get down there fast, because every second matters.
These captive rams are actually inside of a giant enclosure, but that doesn't make it any easier.
Hang on, buddy.
Just on this one enclosure, there was 30 mountain lions that were removed from the ecosystem because they were trying to take advantage of these enclosed rams. That's a lot of cats.
Work that off his head. I'll get this other hobble on. I got it. Hey, I need a bag, sling bag. Where's my sling bag?
We dropped it to you. It's right there in the bush there. We dropped it right before we left.
10-4, we're just colorblind.
All right, right behind us in the bush.
Eric, you trying to call me?
You know what they say, if you can't tie knots, tie lots of them. Okay, guys, we're ready. All right, let's get this guy hooked up and send him home.
That's the ultimate alien abduction right there. That ram is going for a ride of his life. But next stop after this, out into the wild, where he belongs. So Dave and I have got a kill signal from the collar that we put on that female quite some time ago. And now we're just gonna sneak in there and see what they got. Maybe a bighorn?
I'm kind of nervous. I've tracked these cats all over the darn desert. We're soulmates. But if she's killed a bighorn, then she's done. Game over.
Oh, yeah.
But what I catch on camera is not what I expect.
Let's stop talking. I'm thinking it's gonna be right near the bottom of this slope down here. It's about 300 feet before the wash down here. So, right there, there he is.
Out in the open, out in the open. Wow, well, there's one of your desert mountain lions right there. But really cool to actually get your eyes on one of these cats. I mean, they're super elusive.
You know, I was really relieved that that wasn't a bighorn sheep, because now the cat gets to live.
Horse in this country.
Just kind of feeling her teeth there. Feels like a younger deer.
Man, there's so much of this mule deer doe here. It's a perfect opportunity for me to set up my remote cameras.
Oh, yeah. Come back, Mr. Kitty.
Is it the cat? No. It's a coyote. Not just one coyote, but two. And they drag this sucker off down the hill and chow down. Man, it's tough. It's tough out here in the desert. And this poor cat, walking across the desert, finds some measly little herd of 4 mule deer, takes one out, tucks it up underneath the tree, comes back, and it's already been taken away by a pack of coyotes. These desert cats definitely have it tough out here.
But I have to admit, I'm more worried about the bighorn sheep than I am about the mountain lions. There's just not enough lambs surviving to keep the herd numbers up. Remember the ewes we released? Well, one of them has given birth. The question is, where's the lamb?
Sounds pretty loud.
Sounds really loud.
Yeah.
So she's right up on this hill then.
It's right up on this slope.
We've got to get a color on the lamb today if we want to monitor its survival. And newborn lambs are easy pickings for mountain lions.
Weather's blowing in, it's getting dark. We don't catch this lamb tonight, it's not gonna get a collar, so hopefully Rebecca and I can find it here. If I find it first, you owe me a beer.
Okay. I've got some at the house.
Well, I'll tell you what, looking for these lambs is definitely like looking for a needle in a haystack, except for when you, oh, look at this right here.
Got it.
Bingo.
I have my official lamb gloves on if I can do anything.
Great. Do you want to hold them?
I would love to.
No, I don't want to hold the lamb.
Who would hold us?
He's huge. This is one of the biggest ones I've ever seen.
I mean, when it comes to wild babies, it doesn't get any cuter than this. And these are the little guys that we're trying to protect here in New Mexico. All of this management of the predators really boils down to these little guys. I mean, the more cute little guys like this that can survive, the better.
He's peeing on you.
Well, baby's a baby, and every once in a while,
You haven't lived until you've been peed on by a big
you get a little tinkle.
So
Did you tinkle on me?
I'm gonna attempt to get a weight on him. So if you could try and
Well,
fold up
he
his
doesn't
leg.
weigh as much as he did about a minute ago.
I know it.
It's like a real-life horror story. Nature's bloodsuckers, vampire bats. They're headed north, coming our way.
And this is like a swarm. Wow. I love tracking predators, but these guys are different. They're the world's only mammal that feeds solely on blood.
That's freaky.
If vampires are coming to America, I better get to know them and learn who's on the menu.
Look at that. Oh my God.
Woo. This is America.
Man, there's a lot of them in here.
The wild.
To be honest with you, to me this is like a rat's nest.
Need help, just yell.
You're already done.
I'm here in Texas, right in the middle of America's bat country.
If you get it on wrong, it's the last time you put it on, right?
I'll check you, okay?
But man, I don't know anything about bats or caves or caving.
Well, these are comfortable. So I've never really done anything like this. This is completely a new adventure for me, and it's like any new adventure, it's exciting and a little nerve-wracking at the same time. And tight asses, yeah. You know, you don't want to make a mistake when it comes to this stuff, do you?
You don't.
So here we go. I'm about to drop into a cave that's never been filmed before.
Is that the last guy didn't tie in?
If I really want to get to know vampire bats, I've got to get to the bottom of this blood-curdling story.
The Center for Disease Control has confirmed a case of rabies in a migrant farm worker, the first reported death from a vampire bat rabies virus in the United States. Research suggests that the range of these bats might be expanding as a result of climate change. This would lead to increased bat exposures to both humans and animals in the U.S.
Into the bat lair I go.
Into the bat lair. Be careful, man.
And I know nothing about underground, so this is very exciting for me and a little bit, worrisome, too.
All my life, I've studied predators, bears, lions, and wolves, and I've defended them. They have really important jobs in the environment, and sometimes they just get a bad rap. But this is certainly a different kind of predator. This is the only mammal that lives on 100% blood.
All right, Jim.
Okay, let me know when you're clear.
All right, I'm clear. Man, this is pretty awesome.
I'll be hanging with Jim Kennedy, a bat biologist who knows this cave better than anyone.
I take a lot of people caving, and they just freak out because of the claustrophobia and the darkness and so on. I hope Casey's not like that.
I'm a little bigger boy than you are, Jim.
I'm older than you, man. It makes us even.
All right. Boy, this is like putting on a pair of pants from high school. Oh.
I'll notice the odor. Yeah. It's getting much more pungent as we're getting closer to the bat roost.
Very pungent. Okay.
We should be seeing bats by now, and we're not. I'm confused. We're seeing a lot of bat sign. We're seeing big piles of relatively fresh guano, but no bats. It's a mystery. I don't know what the heck is going on here, because this time of year we usually have a couple of thousand bats in this area.
Now, most people would be glad to not run into nature's only flying mammal. Let's face it, bats are kind of freaky. But surprise, surprise, here in Texas, things are a little different. Downtown Austin, it's a party, especially during this annual celebration, Bat Fest.
What do you think about bats?
They're pretty cool.
I love bats. They're part of Austin, you know?
You think bats are cool?
Yes.
Right now, I'm walking on the Congress Avenue Bridge. This place is going crazy. You know what they're going crazy for? What's right below me under this bridge? Millions of Mexican free-tailed bats.
About 30 years ago, the bridge was reconstructed, and the designers didn't realize they were creating perfect little niches, crevices under the bridge, and the bats started moving in.
The city of Austin loves their bats.
But they've got something coming their way. Vampire bats. Well, how do you feel about vampire bats? You know, there's a rumor that they could be moving north and they might be right here in Austin.
I think I would want to run away screaming.
They drink, I think, cow's blood. I don't know. I might be a little bit concerned.
When the bridge bats first moved in, everybody panicked. Are they gonna bite me? Do they all have rabies? But then the folks learned these bats are cool. They eat 10,000 pounds of insects every night. And they look pretty awesome when they fly out to supper. Right now, there's thousands of people up on top of the bridge waiting for the emergence of the bats. And what are the bats doing? Well, I had to find out, so I came down here with this thermal camera, and that's actually the body heat of these bats sitting there waiting for just the right time to emerge and head that way to go eat a bunch of bugs. And then suddenly, without any warning, whoosh. I can't believe the number of bats exploding out from underneath the bridge, right in the heart of the city. It's incredible. And the crowd is loving it. But fear of predators can destroy a love affair. I've seen it happen with wolves and bears. And I need to find out if a vampire bat invasion would crash this party. We're gonna go track down these animals, try to find out where they are. But this is a very different way than I'm used to tracking. So what do you think? Do you think we should keep looking? Well, I'd like to. Vampire bats haven't arrived in this cave yet. But there's something wrong. Because the local bats, they're not here either. Why are we going down that hole? It doesn't even look like a bat could fit down that hole.
Bats go through there.
Down into the hole we go.
In a minute to get the packs as soon as I'm stable.
Man, this is crazy.
All right. Suck it in. Oh, man. I don't know what am I doing this for. Okay, that just like is me have to like suck in my air just to get through that hole. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, work this. Oh man, I'm like stuck in this. Oh man. Hey, Jim. Yeah. I got myself in a bit of a spot here. I'm definitely wedged. Here I am, 40 meters beneath the Earth's surface, in something that is just as wide as me. I don't know how I got myself into this situation. You don't even have to be claustrophobic for this to freak you out. I mean, this is like a tomb. Like I'm sitting in a coffin. I'm trying, but my arm's kind of pinned here, and I gotta, a little bit farther, and I'm there. Okay. That's freaky. All right, I'm gonna keep coming, trying.
So we make it all the way down there, and there's nothing.
There's usually a pretty good bunch of bats in this room. I don't know what's going on with the bats here. We know we're getting a lot of drought in this part of the country. Things are getting warmer.
So Jim decides he's going to stick up one of his data loggers. These little devices that record conditions like temperature and humidity. So if the conditions are changing here in the cave, potentially even getting warmer, could this be a future home to vampire bats?
Well, I guess it's possible. Well, you know, we really don't know. But we're running out of light. We're running out of time here now, so we need to keep moving, man.
Okay, I'm after you, man.
What?
That was close.
All right.
Look at all those. Look at them.
Just rafting off the ceiling. Look, big gobs of it.
It's like Daddy Longleg, crazy central. I'll tell you what, being in here in the dark, having all these bugs falling from the ceiling, it is a little freaky. If you have arachnophobia and claustrophobia, and you're in this cave right now, you're running as fast as you can back to the entrance, because you've just entered a nightmare. Oh, stop. Look at this. Look at all the bones, skulls, and the skeletal material. So this is a baby bat skeleton. That was a baby bat. I mean, literally, we're sitting in a bat graveyard.
But this is kind of worries me to see this many fresh skeletons.
So I'm just sitting there looking at these bat skeletons, and then I see something walking across the floor. Look at that. It's still alive. It's just moving.
It is. I wonder if it's injured.
He doesn't look like he's doing too good.
No, he shouldn't be on the ground like this, especially in the middle of the day.
You start to think, why are these skeletons on the floor? Why is this bat sick? Is there rabies in the cave? Are there bad gases? Then you start to wonder, if all of this is present, what's gonna happen to us? All right, it's time to move. All kinds of things crawling in my throat right now, up my nostrils, in my eyes. Sitting in this bat graveyard, we're literally having the fate of some of these bats getting eaten alive by insects. There's bugs all over me. We just gotta keep going. Man. So we're climbing up the hill, and Jim's like, I hear something. Listen, do you hear that? Yeah. That really high-pitched squeaking? Check this out. They're everywhere. We found the colony of bats. This chamber is alive with bats right now. I'm in the middle of a bat hurricane. Literally, it's a vortex of bats flying around, making all kinds of awesome noise. I've seen a few bats in my time, but a swarm that big, that many bats, is unbelievable.
I would say there's at least 10,000 bats in this one room.
All right, I'm gonna try to catch one now. Okay. I got one. You got one in there, yeah, right there. Excellent. You got one hanging on right here, too.
Where?
Check it out, right here.
He got me.
So you got it.
Look, it's another freetail like we saw.
Look at it, we found the entire colony. This guy is alive, happy, fighting back. All his buddies are flying all around us. I can feel the air coming off their wings. It's awesome to be around this many bats at one time. And with my heat-sensing camera, this place looks like a cloud of fireflies. I can see the heat signature of every bat out here. To be in the bat cave, to be right where they live, with them swirling around your head, is about the ultimate bat experience. Wow. I'm really starting to get it. I can see why Texans love their bats. But how would they feel if these bats were vampires? And the truth is, I don't even know how I would feel. I don't know anything about vampire bats. If I've ever seen a bat that looks like Dracula, it's this guy, so this has gotta be a vampire bat.
People have confused this bat with a vampire bat, and its scientific name is Pteropus vampyrus, but it is a fruit eater.
I'm with bat expert Rob Beese, AKA the Bat Daddy, for a little Bat 101. I feel like I'm upside down when I'm in here.
Right. So this is a straw-colored flying fox.
Yeah, you can see the flying fox in them. They look definitely like a little fox.
Almost a quarter of all mammal species are bats. They live just about everywhere and eat all kinds of things. Insects, nectar, fruit, and blood.
So these little fruit eaters are awesome, but you know I'm here to see the blood eaters.
Here we go.
Oh, well look at these little guys. Here are these little dudes like this big. Who'd have thought a vampire bat's gonna be this little thing?
Now, hanging out with the fruit bats was awesome, but there's no way to go in here.
Oh yeah, we can go in there. Absolutely, we're going in there. Here we go, they're really fast.
Look, and they're like they're running around on the ground.
Yeah.
They're not just flying around. They're landing and creeping and crawling. They're little creepy crawlertons everywhere.
Look how fast they are. Oh, these guys are cool. And look at the little teeth these guys have. They look hungry.
Most bats take off from a hanging position, but vampires? They're like little superhero bats. They crawl on the ground, they sneak up on their prey, and then they hop up on their victim.
A freaky little zone to be in. Hanging out in a vampire cage with a bunch of hungry vampire bats, and they're all looking at me. What are you guys looking at?
Okay, I get it. These guys are cool, especially one-on-one. But am I ready to be swarmed by wild vampires in Mexico? For my final test in Texas, Jim takes me to the largest colony of bats on Earth.
Hard to say. We don't come out in the summer much.
Snake, right here.
Go this way.
It's a coach whip, a super fast snake. And this thing puts the run on us. Boom, the race is on.
It's a bugger. All right.
Now see if you can get a better handle on that.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job.
All right.
Beautiful animal.
He's really pretty. It's a good size one, too.
Yeah.
Coach whips are super predators. They don't have venom. Just insane speed and a powerful bite.
So we often find these guys around cave entrances, Casey, because they'll actually eat bats.
All right, I gotta be very careful letting this guy go. Hundreds of sharp little teeth and an infection if he bites me. So I'm gonna let go of his tail and his head. Blast. Here we go.
I'll tell you, chasing a snake that fast with flip-flops, not recommended.
Tonight, I'm following the coach whip to one of America's biggest feeding frenzies.
Bracken Bat Cave is the world's largest bat roost. There are millions and millions of bats here.
I know they're in there. I can hear them. And then, whoosh.
If you didn't like bats, if you were afraid of bats, it would be an absolute nightmare. This is like, you seen that movie Alfred Hitchcock, The Birds? I mean, this is like a swarm.
Every night, something like 20 million free-tailed bats leave the cave.
I mean, this is the most mammals, and biggest congregation of mammals in the entire world, right here. And I'm just one of the mammals, 1 in a million. I always like to think of that about myself. This is absolutely amazing. I'm getting like, it's not raining out, so I'm assuming that that's something else.
Yeah, we always tell people, if you're looking up in awe, keep your mouth closed.
Yeah, I mean, I've got it a bit already.
All right here. Right, literally. Look at this, in the middle. And they keep bumping into me. You're ducking over.
Like that?
That and that. I got a bat on my back.
Here, got it.
See you, dude.
When the wind blows, they just start crashing. Look at them.
Mostly that's this year's young. They're not
just
real
learning.
strong flyers yet.
So that's what the predators are waiting for. They're waiting for these bats to crash land, and then they're just gonna go over there and whack them.
Right.
And when a bat gets snagged, it's prey. Here come the coach whips.
Oh, there's a big coach whip right here. There's one over there, more coming down the hill. Here comes another one. Right here.
He got a bat.
Got it. There's a coach whip right here with a bat in its mouth. Right here, right next to us. How cool is that? Right there.
Coach Whip just nailed a bat.
We have bats on the boom.
Yeah, there's bats everywhere. Look at this, right here. They're crashing. Okay, one in the bushes, right here.
There he goes.
See, there go the
There he
race.
comes. Look at him. There he goes.
There's a big one right here, coming on right straight at us. He's going for it right here. He just got one. He just got one right there. What's crazy is the bats that survive the coach whips become predators too. They'll travel hundreds of miles tonight, feasting on 200 tons of bugs before they return. Free pest control, a major bonus for Texas. And this will go on for hours.
Hours.
This is really cool. I think I'm finally ready to face a mob of vampires to see what would really happen if they show up in Texas. It's time to go to the source, off to the jungles of Mexico. My adventure south of the border starts here, in the meat market. And I'm looking for an old friend.
Hey, welcome to Chiapas, man.
Scotty is a veteran cave explorer. He's spent a ton of time down here. And I know with Scotty, there's never a dull moment.
One of the main reasons why we met at the market was to try one of the local culinary delights. You have an appetite?
This looks awesome. I can see already he's got something up his sleeve. And what is this?
Oh, this is a little surprise for you. It's called moronga.
Moronga. And I dig right in. I love, authentic indigenous foods. And I take a big bite, and he then tells me, not chicken.
Well, moronga is blood sausage.
And I'm like, blood sausage? So this is actually made of blood.
Absolutely.
Like, there's no meat here.
No. They actually pour the blood into the intestine.
Time out. So this is an intestine?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is an intestine.
Yes.
Filled with blood. And voila, the same stuff that's in my mouth right now. I have to admit that I must have a bit of vampire in me because
you're enjoying it, aren't you?
Pretty good. I know this is Scotty's idea of some kind of joke, getting me to eat blood like some vampire. But I'm here to hang with some real vampire bats, and Scotty knows just the place. A hidden cave he calls the torture chamber. Vampire bats by the thousands, and they're sweeping at your face. You're wading through bat guano that's covered in blood and maggots. I had to go to this place. The torture chamber, it's an amazing thing. It's been like literally haunting me since the last time I saw you.
There's thousands of bats in this place.
And it's something that most people would probably think was a nightmare if they
like
were.
me. I thought it was a nightmare. That's why we call it the torture chamber. I don't mind caves. I don't get claustrophobic. I can go in and out of caves all day long. But if they're filled with bats and insects and, all kinds of things like that, that is not one of my comfort zones.
This is something that's not on the map.
Absolutely not. I don't know
all
of
up
any
here.
other.
It's all in Scotty's head.
Yeah, that's the scary part.
Scotty's one of these guys like a lot of my friends in high school. You know you're gonna have a great time when you hang out with him. There's always a chance you're gonna end up in jail.
I can honestly say I'm not totally comfortable with thousands of bats flying all around me. So if we find this cave, I'll be a little apprehensive to get back in there.
I noticed right away, Scotty's not looking at a map. He's not looking at some GPS. This guy doesn't know where the heck he's going.
I've learned to understand that my memory's not that great.
I mean, I look around here and it's like jungle, tree, plant, jungle. Not much for landmarks.
Well, it's one of the trickiest parts is going to be to find this cave. I think it was, heck, almost 20 years ago that I was in there.
He's just gonna recollect something that happened 20 years ago. Great.
What's that big cool tree right there?
That is actually a ceiba tree right there. That's an incredibly majestic tree right there. That's a sacred tree to the Mayan Indians.
This is starting to unfold, this whole trek. It's like go to the ceiba tree and then take 15 paces, and when you see the howler monkey, then you get in the river and you go down till you see the crocodile. Then when you see the crocodile, then a few steps past that, around the corner, there might be a Mayan ruin. And I could see we're just kind of winging it.
Here we go, Casey, the ruins of Yaxchitlan. We're finally in the area. We're getting close.
Okay.
Hopefully we can find the torture chamber with a little help from the locals here.
Okay, yeah, go get some advice.
I'm hoping that at least one of the custodians that works at the ruins will help refresh my memory of where this cave is.
Okay, I'm just now coming into the very first part of Yaxchilan, and it's what they call the labyrinth. It is dark and basically a maze in here. Oh yeah, right here, look at this. Oh, that is cool. Now that is what Rob showed me. That's a Jamaican fruit bat.
Oh, there we go. All right.
That's a finger.
Right.
Whoa, I mean, they got some serious jaw pressure. The Jamaican fruit bat has this crazy leaf-shaped nose that sticks out of the front of its face.
Every time it moves like that, it's echolocating.
But I'm looking for a very different type of nose. A vampire bat has this flat, almost pig-like nose. And then it has this cleft. It's got this little groove that its tongue comes down, and it uses it to lap up blood.
Around its mouth, it has heat-sensing organs. It'll literally go right up to the skin, feeling where the blood is closest to the edge. They have the biggest brains of all the bats. So if you caught a vampire bat, it's gonna be wild at first. It's gonna be hissing, it's gonna be trying to get away. Then it goes docile, but it waits. It waits for you just to slightly open your hand, and then it's gonna be out of there and gone. You have to be thinking, this animal knows what's going on.
Get after it. Wow.
Okay, we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, right. Feels like it. Off the boat, on the river. Now we are officially in the middle of the jungle. Hopefully we can find this cave. These vampire bats following you.
All right.
Are you sure you're going the right way?
Not totally sure, but we'll get there. Just have to find our right direction. You can spend a lot of time hacking through the jungle and go 200-300 feet in the wrong direction.
Wow, it's thick.
It is thick.
I can't tell which way's up, down, and I don't think he can either.
You're down in the thicket of it all. You can't see really anything. And you kind of got to go with your sixth sense to find this somewhat of a needle in a haystack.
And again, I'm starting to see that face of doubt on Scotty. Sounds like we're getting closer to the river. We going the right way?
Yeah, we're going the right way. I think I hear the stream.
Yeah?
Yeah. You hear
What does
that?
that mean?
Well, there's a stream coming out of the entrance. And we got it made once we can follow that stream up into the cave entrance.
Jackpot. Game on.
Yeah, there's the entrance. All right.
And I just feel like, whew.
And the quest for the vampires is on.
I am so elated. I'm so excited. But then he starts pulling out respirators. What's this for?
Well, there's a lot more in this cave than just vampires that can kill you. There's all kinds of mites. You know, obviously the guano. You're excited to go into the cave. You're a little apprehensive of what it might bring. And in one aspect, I'm thinking, well, maybe the bats are gone. Maybe it won't be so bad.
Oh, yeah. This is insane. If I didn't have this respirator on, I'd have bugs up my nose and my mouth, and right now they're all over my eyes.
I mean, it was almost unbearable.
This is absolute torture. Danger zone. Look at that hole. Watch, there's some big holes in here. Wow. Oh boy, here we go.
It's unbelievable, these formations coming out, trickles of water. It's just gorgeous. Like, it seemed like we were in a fantasy land as we walked further into this cave. I mean, what's one man's torture chamber is another man's paradise. And then in the distance, far into the darkness, I can hear what sounds like the roar of a rapid.
Oh, yeah, right here. Whoa.
This is no roar of a rapid. This is a roar of a swarm of bats. A lot of bats.
Yeah, this is the part I don't really like. They're coming quick. Here they go.
This is not like any cave I've been in. Bats usually try to avoid you. It almost seems like they're coming after us.
Whoa.
They're going right by me. I'm ducking and diving. I look over at Scotty. He looks terrified.
How you feeling right now, Scotty? Wow. This is why they call it the torture chamber. Look at all those bats. I've had them bouncing off my head. Oh, this is that crazy. Yeah. It's amazing. Looks like there's a whole bunch of vamps in here. Yeah, a lot of bats. There are a lot of bats. And just looking at the size here, I think there's way more than just vampires in here. Bat, oh, look right here. Watch out, watch out. It's a little insect-eating bat. There's a bat right there. Oh, there's one on the ground right there. Hang on. Another insectivore, another bat that eats insects. Look at this little guy, he's called a ghost face bat. That is so cool. Man, there's a lot of them in here. Trying to find some vampires here. Let's keep looking. Let's just see if we can get a closer look at these bats, and then we can see if we can find where the vampires are. We've got nectar eaters, we got fruit eaters, we got insectivores. All these bats are incredibly important to the jungle that's just above the cave. Pollination, seed dispersal, and pest control. And likely some vampires in here. It's really hard to tell with all these bats flying around.
I mean, in all of this bat chaos, I realized there's really no way I'll be able to identify vampires, even if they are here. It's the ultimate bat cave right here. Seriously, this might be the coolest cave I've ever been in. I mean, this was quite a bad experience, but this is not where my vampire search ends. It's time to change my strategy. I know back home, when I track wolves, I go to the elk. If I want to find mountain lions, I go to the deer. If I want to find vampire bats, I must go to the blood. There's total evidence right there on the neck. Look at that. There's vampires on this ranch. This area is known for its livestock and its cattle. And there's a lot of ranches around here who are having a ton of issues with these bats actually weakening the herd.
Esa es la que está mordida.
Oh, yeah, right there.
Está la sangre, es sangre seca de anoche.
And if you look right up by the neck there, Carmen's saying that, yeah, look right here.
¿Está?
You can see the coagulated blood where it was pouring out from last night. I'm looking at all these cows, and it's shocking, because out there in the wild, vampire bats are actually pretty rare. With all this cattle, vampires suddenly have a huge new food source. I mean, one day, could this be a cattle ranch in Texas? And there's no other culprit other than a vampire bat that would cause wounds like that. So, definite evidence that there's vampires on this ranch.
¿Puedes agarrar, por favor?
Anna, a bat biologist, is investigating the vampires preying on these cows. So I'm helping her set up these mist nets to capture the culprits as they head in for the blood. And you put it all the way down on the ground because vampires will go crawl along. So we're sitting there in the dark, and then suddenly we hear. Oh, Anna, we got it back. We got it back. And I was sure when we got there it was gonna be a vampire bat.
Oh, yeah, we got a bat, we got a bat.
Insectívoro?
So this is not a vampire. This little guy is actually known as a mustache bat. But look at those teeth. I mean, this little guy is a predator. Compared to the size of its body, it's got teeth just as big as a mountain lion or a wolf. Again, hear that sound? Right over there. It's gotta be a vampire bat this time. So this is a Jamaican fruit-eating bat. Look at that little guy. Yeah, he's just biting very, very hard. Here we go again. I've caught a mustache bat, I've caught a Jamaican fruit eater. Not a sign of a vampire. Then I hear something that gets my heart pumping. I hear something caught in the bottom of the net. I look down there on the ground, and I see something caught in the net with a face that I recognize. Vampire. The vampires are here. This guy was going over to the cows, got caught in the mist net. This is what I'm looking for, a wild vampire bat. And here we are, face to face, finally. It's all the places I've gone. This little guy right here. This is so cool. Here's another one. There's vampires everywhere. These vampire bats are crawling, doing that very creepy, distinctive behavior that only vampire bats do. You know, when you think about vampires, everybody's thinking they're gonna have these big, extended canines. That's what's gonna do all the damage. But the truth is they have these incisors right in the front, these teeth, that are very, very sharp, and that's what they're using to get the blood out. And he's actually using those same incisors to cut this net right in half, like no problem. So the situation's perfect. I'm here, the vampires are here, and the cows are here. I'm gonna use my thermal binoculars to see if I can actually witness wild vampire bats feeding on blood. It's still there. I just saw a bat land on the back of one of the cows. And it is so insane how many bats are around. This is something that I imagined, but this is way more intense. This is the stuff that horror movies are made of right here. Oh my God. There's bats on there just feeding for minutes, and the cows are just laying there chewing their cud as the bats are lapping their blood. The bat's teeth are so sharp that its victim barely feels its bite. And an anticoagulant in the bat's saliva makes the blood just stream from the wound. I can see that white, hot blood leak out, ooze out, and that little vampire bat just sitting there lapping it up. And as the blood runs down the cow, it cools into a dark black and drips to the ground. And this is ridiculous.
I'm really seeing this whole thing coming together. And as the climate warms up, these bats will have the opportunity to move north, and there's plenty of cattle in the United States. So this vampire action will be coming to America.
There's something I want to know, something that might be a little crazy. Am I also on the menu?
There are vampire bats everywhere. They are swarming all over the cows. I'm gonna lay down right next to them. Maybe they'll come over and see me. This might be the craziest thing I've ever done.
But then right as I'm lying down, my headlamp hits this little calf right next to me, and I can't believe what I see.
I mean, that is absolute. Look at that. Oh my God. You have to get that.
There's blood running out of it everywhere. It's just caked all over it.
That is insane. That poor calf.
So now I'm starting to second guess my decision to lie down.
Maybe not the smartest thing I've ever done in my life, but this is gonna be a really cool experiment. Give them a little something to bite in they would like.
So I've got my arms exposed, my feet exposed, my face exposed, and I lay down. All I've got to do is just sit really still.
I can hear the bats flying right over my head. They're checking me out. I can feel the wind off their wings.
Once in a while, the little bats would be sucking the blood and I'd just look up and catch my eyes. And I think he's thinking, I'm for dessert. I'm watching these bats just gorge themselves. Wow, look at them. They're just drinking that stuff like crazy. They drink almost half their body weight in blood in a single feeding. Before cattle arrived, vampires didn't know when their next meal was coming. So they've learned how to do something really crazy. When a feasting bat returns to the colony, it regurgitates its meal for the other bats to consume. It's an amazing and bloody survival strategy. Something you can appreciate, unless you're about to become dinner. It's pretty hard just to lay there and wonder, is a vampire bat gonna bite me or not?
They still buzzing around at all?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I've been laying here for quite some time tonight. And the vampire bats have only been feeding on the cows. In fact, once a vampire gets the taste of an individual's blood, it likes to come back to that individual cow night after night. And it looks like the flavor of the night is that poor calf right there.
This is really hard to watch, but these bats are just doing what predators do. We gave the vampires a blood buffet, and then we turned up the planet's thermostat, and now nature is just taking advantage.
It's kind of freaky just to lay there and sacrifice, like hoping a vampire will come over and bite you and wondering what it's gonna feel like. But tonight, the vampire's like cow blood, so I walk away without a bite.
This is a first for me, laying myself out as prey for the predator that I'm tracking. Definitely freaky, but maybe one of the coolest things I've ever tried. But now, whether they're bloodsuckers or bug eaters, I think bats are one of the coolest predators on the planet. That experience affected me in a lot of ways. I think that moment has changed me forever.
Okay, I'll back up. Definitely an adrenaline rush.
After a lifetime in the woods, it's not too often that I'm caught with my pants down. But some things you just have to see to believe. Once a year, the lone moose throws a party.
This is crazy.
Then all hell breaks loose.
That was insane. That was insane.
No one knows why the supergroup forms. But if I'm embedded in a gang this dangerous,
I can smell their breath.
I need to go undercover. This is America the Wild.
Look at this stuff. It's amazing that these moose can actually get through this stuff. I mean, these are giant critters, and they totally just plow through this willow.
And I come around to this thick, thick willow bottom. And right in front of me, at first, I think it's a pile of bones. Look at this. Maybe I found some shed moose antlers.
Check this. This is not a shed antler.
It is unbelievable what I find.
This is unbelievable.
Look at that, look at this. These are heavy, massive horns and skulls here. This thing has been sitting here for a very long time. You can see all the moss and lichen on it.
Oh, this thing is so heavy, dude. Check this out. Look at this.
Let's just cut through those willows. Cutting through the willows, and this was just buried, all tangled. This is where two big bull moose got locked together during a fight, and that's the way they died. Moose mating season. Two prime bulls, each weighing in at 1,500 pounds. Antlers the size of snow plows. It's hard to imagine, but these guys have so much force. And as hard as this antler looks, it actually has a bit of give, a little bit of flex. So all that force, it flexed just enough. And when they got their heads together and locked them together forever, look at this. Completely locked. And the only thing cooler than finding this is to actually have front row seats to one of these battles. Got a great fresh skiff of snow on the ground, so it's a perfect situation to cut some moose tracks. I've got several sets of moose prints right here in the snow, just kind of coming down from the high country down into this massive willow flat. This is one of the most hidden places in all of Montana, the Centennial, a place I've never been. I normally only see a handful of moose all year. Word on the street is that the Centennial Valley is moose mecca. I've got this interstate of moose with these merging wolves and deer and elk. And look how cool this is right here. Predator, prey, right together. And they're headed right down there into those willows. And one way you can tell the freshness of the track is if you find scat like I just did here. And if you just squish it between your fingers, you can tell if it's soft, it's fresh. If it's hard, it's not so fresh. But there's another way. You know, there's only one more thing you can do. A little crunchy. Sweet. So I'm guessing, well, anywhere between, well, yeah, about 45 to an hour. So this moose was definitely just through here. Man, it's almost got like a caramel filling, because it does. Look here, scat, not scat, scat, not scat. Little candy treat. Now I'm gonna follow these moose.
I'm really gonna pay attention because I don't want to step right on a moose in here, and this stuff is thick.
In all my years in Montana, I've been charged by a grizzly bear less than I have by moose. Look at that.
Right here is a cow and a calf.
When it comes to protecting their calf, a moose cow will come right after you and put the hooves to you. So this time of year, I still carry my bear spray, but now it turns to moose spray.
Just gonna try to sneak in.
Now, I'm playing chicken with a mama moose, and that's not a smart thing to do. But her ears are still forward, and I'm watching for her to start to pin her ears back, her hackles to go up. And if that happens, my safety trigger's coming off my bear spray.
They're pretty aware. They're pretty skittish.
Pull, 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 pull.
The cow and the calf are out of here.
It's amazing an animal that big can just disappear.
So I start looking around. I glass what I think at first is like a herd of cows.
Wow, there's a ton of moose out there.
And then when I look through my binoculars, it blows my mind. 7 adult moose.
So this is really crazy. There's 7 moose out here, 4 bulls, 3 cows, out in this wide open flat grass. And in order for me to actually sneak up closer to them, I'm gonna use this ditch here. It's like I'm sneaking up on a grizzly bear out in the middle of a meadow in Yellowstone. It's so weird.
The moose, the largest member of the deer family, is not known for being in herds.
But once a year, at the peak of the rut, everything changes. It's a rare thing called a supergroup, when up to 30 moose come together. It's like a mirage, and everything I know about moose is out the window.
And this is first for me, an absolute first.
If I can get in the middle of the herd, there's a chance that I could see behavior that nobody's ever seen before.
I don't really know what to expect. And here's an animal that's notorious for being aggressive. Now I've got a herd of them. And I've got 7 individual personalities that could be a bunch of bad dudes. These moose could come over, and you can see there's not a tree for me to climb. Is this crazy? I think so. Most of them are watching me.
During the mating season, these guys were fighting.
Now, they're so exhausted that they don't even see each other as a threat. But what does that make me? And as I approach, they treat me just like any other predator.
Busted. I'm glad they chose flight over fight. This really inspires me to try to get in the middle of the herd, to try to get close and learn more about these animals.
For me to get in that herd is going to be impossible because they feel threatened. But during the rut, their minds are on other things. Their minds on mating, and that'll be a perfect opportunity while they're distracted to get in the middle of the herd.
I missed my shot to get inside a supergroup, but I know a place where I might get a second chance. Alaska.
It's just crazy right here in the middle of town. The rut is going down. I mean, this big bull has found this cow. He's watching it. Pretty crazy.
Alaska moose are the biggest in the world, and I know exactly where to find these giants. But it might not be where you expect.
Wow, this is cool. It's like a museum.
This is Knight's Taxidermy. As soon as I get to Russell's shop, I can see he's quite an artist.
And I've been a taxidermist since 1973.
He's like Albert Einstein of the taxidermy world that's drank way too much moonshine.
I took a mail order course through the mail, $1 a month.
So, I mean, obviously you've got this art down of making this look as real as possible.
What am I doing here? Well, I've got a crazy idea to get myself into the middle of a supergroup. And Russell, he's the only guy for the job.
Knight's Taxidermy is known for first, and this is going to be a first. I can see moose, horns, wheels, and possibly blood involved.
Wow, this is like a factory back here.
Yeah, this is my little shop.
Let's see what you got.
Well, it's right around the corner. You ready?
I'm ready. Around the corner, and bang, right there, a giant bull moose strapped to the front of a four-wheeler. This is gonna be awesome. Or really dumb.
Here he comes. Hurry up, he's coming.
Watch my back.
This is probably the most dangerous time of year for moose, especially in urban areas.
We live in Anchorage, it's kind of like a threat you gotta live with.
It seems impossible, but moose injure more Alaskans every year than bears. So I need some expert advice.
It's a time of year where you really need to pay attention to what's going on around you.
And there's one person that takes all the calls. Jesse Coltrane.
Wild moose will literally stand at the edge of the woods, and you may not see them, but they know when you've stepped one step too close, and that's when they're gonna come at you.
Jesse takes me to one of Anchorage's big city parks. And sure enough, we walk right up on a massive cow.
Try to stay close together.
She's really watching this cow. And it's got me a little nervous because Jesse knows her moose. Always go backwards, right?
So the last thing we want right now is her to charge and come over and put the hooves to us.
In a moose supergroup, I could be dealing with 20 cows. If I can't handle just one, I'm in trouble.
Wow, she's as big as the biggest moose in Montana.
This is not that big. It's probably average.
And look at the face. That head's got to be
Their
like
heads are huge.
that long.
No, not that long.
How
That's
long?
a canoe. We're like this.
That's pretty big, though.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
And why the long face?
They're very sad.
Oh, yeah, there's tracks everywhere in here. What the heck happened here?
This is a really cool rutting pit. You smell that?
Yeah, it is very, very pungent.
Well, that's moose pee. So the bulls make these pits and they dig it all up with their hooves, and then they pee in it, and then they splash themselves with the pee. They get it on their antlers, and this is all to attract the ladies.
So it's like moose cologne.
It's, yes, in a sick pee kind of way.
Yeah.
This is a moose magnet, and it not only does it attract cow moose, but it also attracts other bulls.
The pull of the rut pit draws in up to 30 hormone-crazed moose. That's the Alaskan supergroup, and that's what I'm after. And when I find it, I'm going in. I can't go head-to-head with a moose, but Bullwinkle, my experimental moose decoy, can. He's the ultimate weapon to unlock the secrets of the moose rut.
So, you know, it's so important to pay attention to detail on these moose mounts, but especially for Casey, because he's going to want his moose to be convincing. You know, this is about a 65-inch bull moose. This is what we consider a trophy bull.
So I've got this crazy idea to understand moose rutting behavior, and it all starts with the antler.
The moose antler is amazing. I mean, it looks like two giant satellite dishes, this big palmated antler.
on either side of its head, and it's used for so many things. They communicate with each other, they fight with each other, they do this beautiful display to each other to either attract or deter.
I made these, you know, you said you needed to be able to put 3 different sizes on, so I made them so you can see how they work. They slide right off. So this rack right here is the medium-sized rack.
Okay.
But let me show you the other pair I got for you.
So here's the million-dollar question. How do these things actually work in battle?
Here's your side.
Whoa.
Look at that.
That's a big guy.
Yeah, and here's my side.
Russell has made the moose with 3 sizes of interchangeable antlers. Little tiny guys, medium ones, and big massive ones.
And here's my side. And you just,
Mega
Casey, you
moose.
just lift them up and you kind of gotta kind of line them up to be able to get them on.
Meet Bullwinkle, a weapon of moose destruction. It's time to get this moose mobile. Here we go. As I pull out of the garage with this giant moose rack and head strapped on the front of a four-wheeler, I think, this might be the craziest thing I've ever done. When it comes to studying moose, there's no better place to get up close than here in Alaska's Kenai Moose Research Center. A cow moose comes into estrus for only 18 to 24 hours, and that moment is now. And Lenny here is hardwired to know that, and he's the biggest, most mature bull here at Kenai. And he is focused on his girlfriend over here across the way. If there wasn't a fence in the way, he'd be over there. And that makes it prime time for my experiment. There's a new bull in town, Lenny. I've got the perfect moose decoy. Now I gotta add a little scent to the scene. The best way to do that is to find a rut pit. So I'm looking around here and trying to find one. If I find one, I'm gonna dig up the stinky mud, put it in this bag, apply it to my scene. Hopefully it adds to the attraction. How many bulls we have in this pen? It's one thing, you gotta keep your eye out for the actual rutting moose. Adds a little bit added danger to this game of hide and seek. We got an incoming bull. He's a little bit quicker pace than I like to see. Last thing we want to do is be messing with the bull's rut pit while he's already feeling a little aggressive. Uh-oh. Alrighty. We got Bullwinkle here in the Kenai Peninsula, ready for some moose interaction. So first up, I'm gonna bring the mobile moose in here to meet her, Gert. Now, Gert is an estrus. She's a female, and if everything works out right, she's gonna fall in love with the new addition. You ready to meet your new boyfriend? Lenny has got his sights on his latest competition. This has got to be a concern to him. There's a bigger, badder moose in his girlfriend's house. So this is looking pretty good. I know the cow's in here in the pen somewhere. I don't see her, but I know she's close. I've got to do one thing now. I've got to add some scent to the experiment. Here's the mud from the rut pit. And this stuff stinks. This is for the ladies. It's looking pretty good. Smelling pretty good. Now, just sit back and wait. So I get my decoy into position, and Gert is nowhere to be found. I get up and start looking around. And the good thing is that I have Russell watching the situation too. And if I get approached by a moose, you know, he can give me the heads up.
You have any sighting of a female?
I've been looking and looking, and I don't see the female yet. Could be any minute, though.
Maybe our moose is ugly.
I don't think our moose is ugly, but I just think he's so handsome that maybe she's scared away.
Lenny is coming down towards us, so I'm assuming that he's got his eyes fixed on the prize. Keep your eyes open, because I think that gal might be near. We got 2 bulls now in the adjacent pen. The competition is starting to heat up.
I'm seeing movement.
Yeah, she's slowly heading our way here. She's got him spotted. Okay, she's making her move towards Mobile Moose right now.
Gert gets in close.
Boy, I see her.
Definitely sees our decoy. And then she turns and runs the other direction.
I told you that moose was ugly.
I'm a bit disappointed. I thought it was handsome.
Moose calf rodeo, bottle feed, whatever you want to call it. It's gonna be rowdy. Gert's giving our decoy the cold shoulder.
Oh, here they come. Look at them.
But I want to see the results after a date goes well.
It's like I'm using my football skills here. Spin move.
This is fun. If you look at these guys, you know, one thing about a moose, they're kind of like Alaska's giraffe. Look at the long legs, the long face. They can reach up. And at only a few months old, these guys are strong, and look how big they are. Nearly as tall as I am.
It's a very vulnerable time for moose calves out in the wild. Over 50% of moose calves die in their first year, and it can be wolves, grizzly bears, weather. They have a lot of things going against them.
50% seems pretty high. Then I see this footage from Denali National Park. These wolves are in hunt mode. I bet this cow could run away, but she's got that little calf to protect. Wolves love chaos. This is their moment. Now the mom and calf run to the water. This could be the only chance that they have. But in the end, there's just too many wolves. It's heartbreaking, but this really is just a day in the life of an Alaskan moose calf. Survival's a long shot. But a supergroup might be nature's way of beating the odds. I've got to go to the wilds of Denali to find out.
So when the sun goes down, that's when the action really heats up. I've got at least 3 or 4 cows right here and a big bull slipping in behind. You can see see his rack coming through the trees right here. It's just being this close to these massive animals in the dark is pretty awesome.
To be out in the middle of the night during the height of the moose rut at its highest level of activity is amazing. And now I've got this thermal imaging camera that I can actually watch it all go down.
Look at the size of this guy. He's just focused on these females, trying to find which one's gonna give in. And right now, they're not real interested. This guy, he is humongous. He's ready for a battle for sure.
And I can hear it, breaking branches, snorting, groaning, and it's all around me.
He's coming our way. I'm gonna back out. He's a pissed off dude right now. He's looking around, he's looking for chicks, he's looking for a fight, and I don't want to be the guy he picks. But look at the size of this. Look at that. He's as big as one lane of the highway.
The bull's off to find this supergroup. Here we go. So am I.
Look at this. Really fresh wolf scat. And all through it is moose hair. I know I've got moose in the area, maybe even wolves. This is getting really awesome. Well, looks like I'm gonna have to get wet. I gotta get my boots off, my socks. I'll take my pants off too. Don't get too jealous. Woo! That's cold. Numb!
Quite a ways away, I see definitely a bull moose. There's some other animals around, probably cows, I can't tell. But I can see his rack. Just these like light-colored, reflecting right back at my eyes right here. Just huge rack.
I start scanning. There's some moose over here, some moose over there. Then I hit the main group. The entire hillside is covered with them. This has to be the supergroup. Look at that. I need to get up on that hill now.
It's thick in here. And this little bull's got me pegged. He's looking right at me. He definitely knows I'm coming. Check this out. This little bull has been practicing with his antlers the big battle he might have. You can see he's taking it out on this spruce tree. Hopefully he doesn't want to come over and practice on me.
This is getting crazy. He's not moving. One of us has to go. I've got one eye on the supergroup up on the hill, and the other on him.
I think that's him telling me to get lost.
I'm not a big bull moose, but I'm gonna try to call his bluff.
He, kind of jumped out of there. So, I don't know who else is in here, but I'm gonna pay attention. That's for sure.
It's clear, these bulls know something I don't. The rules of moose battle. It's time to take Bullwinkle to the School of Hard Knocks. The other bulls are primed for battle.
I think we should throw the big rack on for sure first because we don't want him to get creamed right away. And I think that he'll have a chance here. The big antlers should make the other bulls think twice about challenging Bullwinkle. But that's just a theory. And things are about to get real. It's gonna be awesome. Time for a battle. Oh, here we go, Lenny. Here's your friend. I think I'll put him right here, right over the top of this rut pit. If that doesn't say bring it on, I don't know what does.
Here he comes. Hurry up, he's coming.
First bull that shows up is Lenny, a 14-year-old in his prime. If anybody's gonna kick my decoy's butt, it's this guy.
But here he comes. He's coming over.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Now this is face-to-face, Mobile Moose versus Lenny. He comes in slower and slower. Is this his tactic? Come in slow, then put the punch to him? Yeah, a little head sway. I mean, that's challenge if I ever seen it right there. Just staring him in the eye like this. He starts really sizing the bull up, and I think he's gonna charge. He's gonna nail this thing. Lowering his tines down, he's looking at him. He's walking around him, sizing him up. Giving a big bull moose strut. Now, what Mobile Moose's body language is saying is, I'm not afraid, give me some more. Lenny is showing him. Look at this rack. I'll tip it sideways. You can see all the tines. You can see how big my spurs are. I think, okay, he's gonna get him from the backside. He keeps walking, stops, gives him one final long look. Then walks away. Didn't want to engage, but he definitely gave him some pretty gnarly body language. Pulled those ears back, dipped his antler over, letting Mobile Moose know he might be in trouble. I noticed our decoy's antlers are larger than Lenny's. Maybe Bullwinkle's too dominant. I have to take it to the next level. I move the decoy directly between the bulls and Gert. In the moose rut, every bull moose wants to be the closest to the cow and estrus. So this is like a direct challenge. We've got another bull on the scene. All right, Russell, we've got, looks like Walter. He's number 2 in the pecking order here in this pen. This could be a little different. Oh, we've got 2 bulls approaching. Then out of the blue, Lenny just wheels around and challenges Walter. There's no contact, just body language. And Lenny puts Walter in his place. Lenny did a lot of the same things that my decoy's doing, just kind of held his head high, frozen, and stared at Walter. So it makes me wonder if the decoy is too dominant. This gives me an idea. While Lenny is still focused on Walter, I downsize the decoy's antlers. So this is looking good. Lenny might just think it's a different bull. He's coming in hot. All right, here we go. The moment of truth.
He's really sizing him up. I think he's...
It's right in the moose's root. It's got to clash.
Oh, they're coming in close as they've ever been. What's he gonna do? Just hit him with his antlers. He didn't know what to do, but they hit antlers. Lenny bailed right away. He probably didn't like the way the little bull moved after he got hit. Kind of made an odd sound.
Lenny had to assert his dominance. I think he's hardwired to challenge a rival with the same antler size. It's just like a boxer that will only fight another boxer in the same weight class.
I mean, how many taxidermied bulls get to actually go head-to-head with a live moose?
I think we made history today.
Now I need to test my antler size theory in the wild. But I've lost the supergroup, and I mean lost. This is gonna be a long night.
Out there, there's something right out there. Listen. You can hear it. I just woke up to some breaking branches out there, and at first I thought it was just the wind or something. It's breaking branches. It's gotta be a moose or a bear. We should grab the thermal binoculars and... You got them where they... Yeah, they're right over here. Okay. So there's a couple moose out here, and some come right by the tent. There's two. There's something. There might be one right. Wait a minute. That's not a moose. That's not a moose. What the heck is that? It's a lynx, I think. Look at that guy move. He's so graceful. Totally hunting.
The lynx is a cat only found in northern forests. It spreads its toes as it walks, forming a natural snowshoe. They hunt at night, so seeing this is incredibly rare.
Oh, this is so cool. There he goes. He's gone just like that. I think I must be right in the middle of the supergroup right now. There's a bunch of moose right over here. Oh. There's a moose right there, a big bull moose. Go. Oh. I was so paying attention to that lynx that this big bull moose had walked up right behind me. I think I am in the middle of a moose supergroup in the middle of the night, and I'm not gonna get in that guy's way. I think the best thing I can do right now, get some rest when the sun comes up. Going out there. So I'm up really early, and I just heard a big bull grunting when I was laying in my tent. So I jumped up, and he's just right over here somewhere. Jeez, oh Pete, that's a big boy.
He's looking right through me. Then I realize he's got his eye on the cow behind me.
She's kind of crawled into this kind of tight, kind of thick area, and he's trying to get into her, but his antlers are too big to get in there.
I'd get in the thick timber and wait to watch, and she'd come right by me and try to hide in the same stand of timber that I was.
All of a sudden, I've got a cow in heat and a very aggressive bull moose, and he's coming right at me. It's a tight situation, and I have nowhere to go. The cow is just getting more and more on edge. She pins her ears back and she stomps at me.
Okay, I'll back up.
And here comes the big bull on the other side.
Now this guy's coming over to check me out, so I gotta be on my toes. Hang tight. Okay, I'll back up. Hang tight.
It's that moment of body language. Two mammals in a meadow. I'm talking moose with moose.
Definitely an adrenaline rush, no doubt.
I turned back to where the cow was. But wait a minute. How did she get over here? That's not the same cow. They're everywhere.
I'm in the middle of a supergroup. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe even over 10 moose with me right here. I've got cows coming from my right, my left. I am completely surrounded by moose. I finally have infiltrated the supergroup, and they've actually accepted me into the herd. It's amazing. And even the king of the group, the big bull, has let his guard down. But to be this close to the situation is really once in a lifetime.
It's taken every skill that I have to get me to this point. But one false step could turn the herd against me.
Something's happening over here. Two bulls right here. Oh, they're...
It's two bulls, and they're moving fast.
Let me take the camera from you, and then I'll just sneak in there. It's pretty thick there. I'll just take it from you, okay? He's looking for a fight. There's the other big bull. Dude, they're right. They're so close. Okay, I've got two big bulls running in front of me.
Now I'm looking straight down the barrel, and their antlers are the same size.
Look at that. All this power is clashing. Holy moly. This is ridiculous.
That's when it hits me. My experiment with Bullwinkle just played out in the wild. Two matched rivals battling it out to be the super moose.
Dude, just tell me you got that fight.
That was insane. That was insane.
And next year, just like every year, the battle begins again. Being out here in the middle of the Everglades in the dark, this is all new and out of my element, and that's the kind of stuff I like.
Oh, there he is, there he is.
Oh, yeah, hold it, bro. He's right underneath this mangrove. I mean, coming in. Look out. There you go.
Good job.
My first solo capture, and he's gonna poop on me. I'm not gonna pretend like I know what I'm doing, because guess what? I don't at all. I learned that.
Hold on to him.
No, death rolling, death rolling. Go flat.
I learned it.
All right. Casey, stay with him. You got it.
I know a lot about predators.
Good.
I've studied bears my whole life. I've followed wolves year-round, and I've tracked mountain lions from the Rockies to the desert. But there's one top American predator I'm missing. So I'm heading to gator country.
Nice one, Casey.
I ain't letting this guy go. I'm bringing my skills to the swamp to learn how this place works.
Big dude.
How it's changing. And what makes gators America's coolest predator.
Taking that line, keep taking that line.
Yeah, look at the size of that thing. This is America. The wild.
Keep
Get
moving,
low.
keep moving. There you go.
You tell me where you want it. Man, they're so strong. It's like when he does that shake, it takes everything to hang out in this pool. Tomorrow, I'm headed into the swamps. Today is my dress rehearsal for the wild.
Okay. Your job is to keep tension through this pole.
Okay. Jen Brugan is a biologist at St. Augustine Alligator Farm.
All right, Foldo, speed up.
She's capturing some gators for a physical exam.
I'm gonna jump on that croc, and I'm gonna need all that tension and all that power pointed in this direction,
Okay.
so that he doesn't turn around on me and
Gotcha.
bite me.
Gotcha.
You ready?
Got it.
All right.
Okay, are you ready?
Ready when you are.
All right, so I'm picking up this tail. This has to be all in one motion.
Okay.
Here I go.
Nice. Quick. When it comes to America's wildest predators, there's about 1,000 grizzly bears and 3,000 wolves in the lower 48 states. But there's over 5 million gators, and I've never seen one in the wild. That's gotta change.
All right, so you're gonna try and snare this big one looking right at us. Now, don't be afraid. If I start yelling at you, don't take it personally. I'm trying to save your life.
All right, dude.
Okay, so nice and easy. Now he's wise to this.
I would think so.
So there you go. And gentle, if you need to come this way. Keep going, keep going.
I love
Past
you
the
too.
jowls.
I love you too.
Past the jowls. Hold on, Tim. Get it, hold it. Keep tension.
And I'm going this way.
Get it, pull it. Keep tension. Stop.
Digging in.
Alrighty.
Danny, come around this way. This guy is strong. You can tell he's not happy. I'll tell you what, I don't know how long I can sit here and hold him like this. This guy's strong, he's trying to get away.
There you go. Keeping tension.
Okay, go.
Starting to pull. Okay,
Man,
watch
that
it.
guy's heavy.
Mount, yep.
Everybody, 1, 2, 3, pull.
Watch your feet.
1, 2, 3 pull. All right, stop.
All right.
Keeping tension.
We want to get him secure
Okay,
before we
yep.
pull him on the board.
Okay. Oh,
Hang on.
moly.
Everyone get tension on that rope.
It's amazing that that tape actually will hold that jaw shut. Look at the size of that thing. If this guy really wanted to, he could probably take us all right into the pond.
Move.
There we go.
Puffing and puffing. If a bear's doing that,
Okay.
it means the same thing. You're in trouble.
1, 2, 3.
Heavy.
1, 2, 3. One more big scoot.
1, 2, 3. Stop. Hold tension.
This big dude is 12 feet long and weighs 600 pounds. That is a lot of alligator. But I know they get as big as 19 feet and over 1,000 pounds.
Oh, man.
And all 75 teeth are like wolf canines. And this head feels like it could weigh 100 pounds.
dealing with bears and mountain lions and stuff, there's a lot of finesse and involved because you don't want to hurt them. And believe it or not, you can hurt a grizzly bear. But these guys, they're nearly bulletproof. I mean, look how tough these guys are. So all of this really is just like almost tickling this alligator. He could care less. He's tough. He's the king of this domain. He knows it. And these guys haven't been around for millions of years because they're wimps.
Gators have ruled these swamps for millions of years, from North Carolina to the Keys, and their numbers are exploding. But they're not alone. It turns out there's another giant reptile right here in gator country. But this one owns the saltwater. And right now is the perfect time to track him down. Look at this. See, I think this is the tail right here. Look at this. You can see the claws. Let's walk this way. This is the home of the American crocodile. And right now, it's nesting season. Okay. Check this out right here. As you can see, where a crocodile walked right up here and laid on the beach in the sun. You can see the belly scales. You can see its tail swoosh to the sand. I mean, this nesting season is in full swing right now, so there literally could be female crocs on this beach right now. I'm not sure if a crocodile's like a grizzly bear. I mean, will it defend its nest? Let's go this way. It's a little nuts for me to be on this beach right now. I know crocodiles are super protective mothers. They help their young to hatch and even carry them down to the water. Just a few decades ago, the endangered American crocodile was on its way out. But now, they're making a comeback in gator country. I'm definitely going through this feeling and that, I want to see one of these guys. I want to see a crocodile, but do I want to see a defensive female crocodile the first time I ever see one? I don't know if I'm ready for that. I don't think they make crocodile spray. Oh, wait, right there. Something. Watch your back. I just saw right in here something move across, and I think it was a female crocodile. She must have been sitting right up over here doing something, but she slipped right over that way. So. Stay close to me. In dangerous situations, I'm always looking out for my camera team. But today, I need them to watch out for my butt, too. I mean, this is so bizarre. Tracking a very large predator on a beach. A lot of nesting right here. These nests are easy to miss. They just look like a giant pile of sand. So, I'm not sure if I should approach or what, but I want to see if there's a crocodile. I've got to see it. Watch this nest.
What do you think? Should we go in there?
Just stay close to me. I'm hearing something. Just stay close. Right there. In the water right there. Going underneath that branch. Pretty big one. I'm looking at my first wild American crocodile. Oh, look at this right here. It's a croc egg. That's not good news, though. Probably a raccoon. Every little croc counts right now, so that's a bummer. But, we've got crocs laying eggs, we've got scavengers, we've got tracks everywhere. This is a great spot right here to put up some camera traps. This will be a great spot. I think that's gonna stay out of the high tide. Never had that problem in Montana. I mean, here's an animal I've never set a camera trap up on.
So all I can do is take what I know from other predators and try to apply it to the situation. So as I set up the camera traps and then walk away, I don't know if I'm gonna get anything. Well, the camera's made it through the night. That's good. I don't see any fresh tracks of any sorts, but that doesn't mean anything. Let's see what I got. Oh, what's that? Oh, cool, it's a raccoon. That might be the same one that raided the nest. After looking through all this footage, there it is. One single frame of an American crocodile. And then, just like most predators, she's gone. But the good news is, the crocs are returning to the Florida shores. The only problem? It's a very different Florida they're coming back to.
Here we go. Get an Osprey's point of view of southern Florida. Pretty amazing. When it comes to understanding wildlife, back home in Montana, I like to get up on top of a high mountain, get a good look around and see what is going on out there in that landscape. Here in Florida, good luck finding a mountain. This land is absolutely flat.
The swampy Everglades is more than 4,000 square miles. That's almost as big as Connecticut. It's actually a really wide, slow-moving river. And these days, much of that river is running dry. This is not the place alligators and crocodiles once knew.
I mean, I've never seen a place with such a actual drastic line where it is so obvious. Like literally to the west, that land goes for a long, long ways without a building. And to the right, there's a building on every chunk of land. I mean, it is quite a difference.
I don't think I've ever looked at a landscape that's more fragmented. From the metropolitan area of Miami to, you know, these big sugarcane fields.
I mean, as far as I can see, there's nothing but open spaces full of some sort of crop, and that all used to be prime alligator habitat. One thing's for sure, alligators need water, so when it dries up and goes away, the alligator's gonna go somewhere else to find it.
Even if that somewhere else is a launch pad. Kennedy Space Center sits in the middle of a wildlife refuge. It's become an important sanctuary for gators, and NASA wants to make sure they're doing well. The only way to really know how a large predator is doing is to track them. And whether that's a bear, a wolf, or an alligator, that means you gotta get your hands on them.
Right there.
So we saw an alligator, but it went down. Now we're just trying to find it. Russ Lowers has captured over 1,600 gators for NASA. His research is monitoring the health of this entire ecosystem.
Right here on the right here.
It's slippery up on this deck. So I've got something to admit. I am not a good swimmer. And the thought of an alligator pulling me overboard, not good. It's right here, yeah.
You got it?
I let this guy go.
I'm gonna put the snare on him. Casey's doing a great job getting him.
Get him up. Oh, let line out.
Keep it tight. It's got wrapped up in the
It's
pole.
all right, we're good. I got it.
All right. This guy, just got him. Got him good this time. This guy is a snappy dude. You don't want to get your fingers, toes, anything near this guy's mouth.
Good job, Casey.
All right. Nice.
That's good. Beautiful. Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. All right, one more. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. There we go. Got this one all by yourself.
Yeah, that was pretty dang cool. Finally, gator on the deck. I did it, and it was awesome. Look at this. There's an alligator high five right there. But only 3 of them have these big gnarly claws in the front. Looks like an eagle or something. Look at those big curved suckers.
Casey, it's not a recapture, it's a new one.
New guy.
It's a new one.
So that's awesome. A big adult like this will provide new data for the study. Under skin here, and then pull a black trigger, right?
Correct.
There you go. Cool. So just put the pit tag in. That's just like a microchip you put in a dog or a cat, just to identify this individual, when and where, and by whom. Captured right here.
Casey, I just checked its sex.
Yeah.
Got the largest female we've had to this study.
Largest female? Oh, well, that's pretty dang cool. I might not be good at capturing gators, but I'm always good at capturing the ladies, if you know what I mean.
Well, you caught a big lady.
Big mama. All right, big mama, go have some babies.
Okay. Let's go ahead and slide her back real easy. Okay, sweetheart. Ready?
Got it.
Okay, pull it.
Oof. See you later, little lady. Man, she's feisty.
She's a good animal. That was a nice capture.
Feisty. I know, it's
Biggest
cool.
lady we've ever caught.
That's sweet, you
That's
know?
neat. That's some good data.
But we're just getting started. All right.
Gator 1, Gator 2. We have a gator on.
Right there. All right. One reason these NASA gators are so cool is because we're right here by the ocean. And these gators are hunting in freshwater and saltwater. And that's not normal for gators. I've seen this kind of intelligence in wolves, who traditionally hunt on land, but have learned to fish. He's going into the death roll. It shows just how adaptable these gators are.
Lean over, Casey.
These guys have been around longer than any predator that I've had my hands on. And, you know, I've tracked mountain lions, grizzly bears, packs of wolves. This is like the perfect American predator right here. But even the perfect predator can't go it alone. If I really want to understand gator country, I need to go upstream, 100 miles away. Up here, there's a critter who's got the gator's back. A big, furry predator that I know well.
Here's tracks.
Oh, yeah. Go check those out. Very typical black bear front paw track here, 5 toes. This guy's definitely got those big spread out, like I call them Fred Flintstone toes. Likely a male, a younger bear, 200-pound range, headed that way. And like bears often do, taking the path of least resistance. And why not use this nice road? Joe Guthrie studies black bears and how they use the forest.
This looks well traveled right here.
It's actually private land, but the owners have banded together to save it from development. Look here.
Yeah.
This is great. You know, you can see there's a lot of bear activity. These black bears love to get into these rotten trees. You can see where black bears come in here, tore this rotten wood up looking for termites and ants. And down here on this harder, less rotted wood, you can see just one claw mark, kind of giving that black bear away. The bears don't know it, but their protected habitat is actually the headwaters of the Everglades. And when it rains here, it filters downstream to resupply gator country.
Watch for alligators here in this little canal.
So it's how they deal with that. Oh yeah, there's a gator right there. In Montana, a bear sees water, it runs in without second thought. You know, it's like, water, yay! Here, and nothing here can walk up to the water without second thought, or it doesn't live very long.
So we've got a lot of fresh tracks. We're moving into an area. There's been a lot of black bear activity, a lot of rubs, a lot of things. So right now, it's that prime time for bears. So we're just gonna sneak in there and hopefully get a glimpse. Don't step on the pine cones, camera boy. Wait. Do you see it? He's right there. Right there. A Florida black bear. Looks like a young bear just hanging out. Definitely sees us. Curious, doesn't know what I am. Now these bears don't survive by being dumb. So I don't think that the bear's gonna give us a whole lot of more time. Ears forward, definitely. It's locked in, but hasn't really identified what we are yet, because I'm laying here like an alligator in the sand. There she goes.
But while I'm watching this bear, Joe gets word that another bear has walked into one of his traps.
Ooh, that doesn't sound good.
Okay, well, everybody off.
Siri, what do you do when the buggy steering breaks and you have a bear in a trap?
Trying to guess what you want me to do.
Well, you could try to fix the steering column on this thing so we can get there.
So there's no choice but to hoof it.
They're gonna mix up tranquilizer that will correspond with the weight of the animal.
Nice shot.
Bear's out, that's good. It's a beautiful bear.
Not that out. Besides that, there's almost no tooth wear here at all.
Definitely not wore down at all.
His hair coat is amazing. I mean, around here, I've been sweating all the time. I can't believe these black bears can walk around with this black coat in this Florida sunshine and have this humidity and still have a hair coat that's so thick and beautiful.
A 3-year-old female black bear in spring would never look this healthy in Montana or anywhere else.
This area is part of Florida, the headwaters, the Everglades. These black bears are thriving. It's perfect. It's paradise for them here. Check this out right here. It's really cool just to look at a black bear's paw here. These claws are designed for many things, but one thing they can do really well is climb trees. They're short, they're curved, and they can just dig them into the bark and shimmy up something without branches, even a telephone pole, no matter how big they are. And if you look at the toes right here, curved toes, 5 toes in the front. If it was a grizzly bear, that 5th toe would sit right about there, or more of a straight line in the toes. Black bear kind of curves around, and if you see a track, it's a sure way to tell.
This GPS collar will reveal how this bear moves in and around this forest. And for the first time, we're attaching a National Geographic critter cam to a Florida black bear. We may get the first ever footage of a bear interacting with a gator.
This is one thing I've never done, to put a camera on a bear to see how it walks across the land and see what kind of choices it's making.
Okay, I think we're good.
See you guys. See you later. I came to Florida
with a lot of unknowns. And I wanted to discover and get to know the croc and the gator. And I bumped into a black bear. I mean, they are intertwined with the croc and the gator. And it's important that they remain healthy. If they can have everything that they need to remain healthy, that'll trickle down and the Everglades will remain healthy.
This is the first ever critter cam footage of a Florida black bear. And it's really cool to see how she's following her nose, moving around. But right to a gator pond, you better watch out. Wait a minute. That's not a gator. It's another bear. I bet they're siblings. This is so cool to see. These bears are healthy and doing great. But that means they can roam all over. And out here, bears aren't welcome. Florida's already got its hands full with gators.
Here he goes.
If I go out my back door in Montana, I expect to see bears and wolves and deer. But if I went out my back door and I saw a giant reptile in my swimming pool, that might freak me out. Yeah, this is like right in the middle of a residential area.
Yeah, we have alligators turning up just about anywhere nowadays.
You know, I've gone to a few like wildlife-human conflict things, but not in the middle of a neighborhood like this.
Well, this may be nothing at all. I mean, but we'll be prepared just in case. There's over 15,000 alligator complaints a year in Florida. The biggest issue is there's just not enough room for all these alligators, all these crocodiles, and all of the humans. I don't see, oh, there's something at the bottom of the pool.
Oh yeah, right in the corner.
Well, we got something in there. Yep, it's an American crocodile.
Wow, that is, yeah.
This is a little bit more rare to find in a pool than we would an alligator. So here you go.
Okay. Okay. Catching a croc in a pool is new to me. I'm definitely a fish out of water. And that's exactly where I want to stay.
Uh-oh, great.
Let's just be safe and we'll have us a crocodile.
Got him deeper. That wasn't the plan there.
Well, be aware that if the snare does not detach from the pole, he could pull you in.
That would be really bad. Anytime I have a new wildlife encounter, my adrenaline goes through the roof. I'm hot, I'm sweating, I'm nervous, and I'm even shaking a little bit.
Be careful. Pull straight up, fast and hard. Be careful.
Uh-oh. Kind of stuck there. Gnarly teeth. Wow. Oh.
All right. Okay, hold steady tension. I'll secure the mouth.
Ready? For me? Wow. So the fact that this is an American crocodile, what is this guy's future?
His future is bright. You and I are going to go release this animal immediately, and hopefully he'll stay out of swimming pools. Ready?
Kind of, yeah.
We're good.
This guy's stout. Wow, heavy. We're whipping my butt. Oh, you must be strong.
In my lifetime, I went from not being able to find one for 20 years. Now I'm seeing crocodiles all over town, which that's a great thing for the species, but the issue now is the humans are not accepting of the crocodile's presence.
It's the same story with America's wolves. Both species have come back from near extinction, but now some people just aren't comfortable with having them around. All right, let's take this gal to a good spot. If we would have found an alligator in the pool today, it would have been euthanized. But we didn't. We found an American crocodile. And they get a lot of help. In fact, they have a 3-strike rule.
This is the animal's first capture. If we capture him 2 more times in an urban situation, he'll be placed in captivity. But for right now, he has a chance to be a wild crocodile still.
So we like.
So here we go. All right, go ahead and pull the knob, release the cable, and work it over the snout.
Okay.
Pull.
All right,
Okay.
there you go. Stay out of swimming pools.
He's giving you a little smile there.
Pretty cool. American crocodile going back out into the wild. But this croc doesn't know his home has an intruder, and it eats crocs and gators for lunch. Pythons can grow up to 25 feet and eat almost anything, even alligators. So you're the python hunter.
Yeah, that's what they call me, the python hunter.
I'm hitching a ride with Ruben Ramirez. This guy won the annual Python Challenge.
Ready.
And
Yeah.
what kind of numbers are we talking?
I would say that there's in the tens of thousands in the Florida Everglades. They have no natural predators here.
Ruben just starts referring to them like they're everywhere, and I'm like, really?
We could just pull over right here and
Let's
we can
do it.
catch. All right, let's do it. We're on.
Look at this place. It's like a jungle out here.
Yeah, see, look, this is a good spot right here.
So if we see a python, what's the game plan?
The game plan is to let you catch it, man.
Are you thinking like a snake right now?
Yeah, I'm thinking like a snake.
I'm trying to tap into my inner snake.
Yeah.
Man, if there was one laying in here, you wouldn't have a clue.
Nope.
Till you're stepping on it. Next thing you know, it's got you. All right.
I have a feeling we're gonna pull something out of here. If you see it stretched out, just grab the tail, just hold it and call me.
Okay.
Just grab it.
I'll call you. Wait a minute, I don't have your number.
Scream the code.
Oh, okay. Scream the code. All right. Code word, python, python, python.
You got it.
Come on, baby. Thinking like a snake. Thinking like a snake.
I can feel it. I feel one coming out somewhere. Any minute now.
Oh, and it's perfect. The sun's going down. It's like when they start. Right here. This is there's a python right here, man. Ruben! Python, python,
You got
python! I got. You're gonna get. Look at this dude. Back to my hook here. Get back to my hook.
You all right?
Look at this guy. This is the biggest snake I've ever had my hand on. And I'm gonna use my tools here as best I can.
There. Got it. You got it.
Yeah, we got one. You see how feisty that thing was? Look at this, an Everglades python right here. Look at this thing. This thing was strong. I tell you, man, I was walking up. She was right here. I could barely see her. I walked past her.
Yeah, they get camouflage.
And then when I walked up, I couldn't figure out which end was the head, which end was the tail. Finally, I could see where it tapered down there, and I remember what you told me. Grab the tail and just hang on.
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
Look at this python. She's heavy. She's fat, which is not a good thing, because that means She's eating a lot. She's out here pretty much destroying this ecosystem. You know, these gals, these snakes, what do you think it's from the female?
Yeah, by the way it looks, too, it looks like she's full of eggs, too.
I mean, it's the kind of snake that we want to catch, you know. Just catching this one snake right now, you could be potentially, in just this year, taking out 50 pythons. If she's full of eggs, we're gonna have 51 more. And then all of those offspring can lay eggs. And she's got plenty of years left in her.
Oh, yeah.
She can just keep that cycle going over and over and over. So every python counts catching these.
Every single python
And that's why the Florida python hunters are doing what they can, man.
There it is. It's a nice snake.
Beautiful snake.
Okay, she measures 9 feet, 1 inch. Yeah, all we gotta do is just bag her up and get her to the university as soon as possible.
There's a perfect place for pythons somewhere out there in the world. It's just not here in the Everglades.
Dude, I'm out of here.
Good luck with the gators, man.
Take it easy.
All right, buddy, take it easy.
So I asked Ruben to drop me off just where I like it, in the middle of nowhere. Because something's been bugging me. Almost everything I've done in gator country has been with some sort of help. I've captured wild gators, wrangled pool crocs, tagged black bears, snagged pythons, but I still really haven't gone it alone. So I have one last mission, to get closer than ever to gators. But this time, I'm going solo. Right now is alligator mating season, when aggression and testosterone are at their highest. It's an amazing event few people ever see, and the perfect time to execute my plan. If I could find the right body of water, there are some massive alligator congregations. There's no better time just to get out there and just to put myself right in the middle of it and just become one of the gators.
It's a good camping spot. You see the gators are starting to show up out there.
There's a lot of activity going on out there in the water. I can hear a lot of splashing. I'm gonna grab the guys and we're gonna head out there and see what's going on.
Ready to do this? Just gotta find that right spot. Let's go down this way a bit. I just keep hearing all this splashing out here. I know it's alligators. There's a lot of activity. And the only way I'm gonna take this to the next level and really understand these alligators is to get into their domain tonight.
It's time to head into the gator pond. But the only thing I could haul out into the backcountry was a flimsy, inflatable kayak.
Look at that big guy. I'm up here on solid ground where I feel really comfortable, and he's out there in the water where he feels very comfortable. But tonight, I'm going on that side.
With predators, size matters. And I'm counting on being the biggest thing out there. But if a gator comes in for a bite, I'm in serious trouble.
Hey, look at this guy. Hey, dude. Coming out there with you. I mean, I was sitting here trying to do my job and pump up this kayak, but I have to have my head on a swivel because I have gators everywhere. Look at this. That's a big gator.
He's close, Casey.
Yeah, he's close. I mean, if he wanted to come quick, I think I'm gonna let him eat the kayak. I mean, look, instantaneously that hiss, and he's coming. Like literally coming. I mean, what's he wanting to do here, Mr. Gator? This big male alligator that's got lots of scars on him, he's coming to me, and I don't like it. Here he comes. And I might have to get those paddles in the morning. You know, he's got that big, well. You gonna go back out there, man? I'd prefer it. All right. He's not wanting to back off. Well, I've got this guy. I've got a bunch of guys over here looking at me. Gator coming in.
You got your paddle ready?
Yeah, I got it ready. I just want you to be ready.
I'm ready.
Out here.
If I'm going to enter the water, it's now or never.
I mean, I've got gators all around me. They're everywhere. This guy's coming over with purpose. Look at that. Hey, man. Gotta be careful. I mean, usually when these big gators do that, it's because they're being territorial during the mating season and chasing off other males, kind of showing their dominance. Look at this big guy right here. Very close to my boat. I have to admit, it kind of freaked me out a little bit. But I just felt something wiggling around underneath my boat. And right now my butt is like a ham sitting right down in the water. I don't know if I like that. This behavior is bizarre. I mean, I thought they'd be more shy, but it just shows that these alligators are super intelligent predators. They're curious. They hear something, they want to come over and check it out. Look, right here is another big one.
I'm out here because I crave moments like this. When I'm in the wild with one of America's great predators.
Just getting down to alligator level out here in their kingdom. It's just so cool.
I didn't see any mating, but the gators gave me something better. An incredible moment without fear. Just shared curiosity.
Crocodile and the alligator are a lot like a grizzly bear. People don't understand them. They fear them. And if this wilderness is going to exist, then the people who live with these predators need to understand them for what they are. They didn't take that fear and change it into respect. That's amazing. You see her, Cap? It's dark down there.
I mean, it's one of those sounds that just makes every hair on your body stand straight up, goosebumps all over your body. The sound of an elk calf being killed. Grizzly bears are super inefficient killers. They usually eat something while it's still alive. And the noise I'm hearing is indicating that this elk calf is being crushed, eaten alive, and screaming for its life.
Hey, there. Back up a little bit.
And the first thing I see is blood. Red. Then a shadow next to that red turns into a grizzly bear.
Thunderstorm. Grizzly with prey. Maybe 20 yards at the bottom of this hill.
There wasn't another chapter after that. Darkness closed the book.
And the last thing I want to do is be right here when it gets dark.
In the darkness, it's all speculation. What are the grizzly bears doing? And if I'm gonna understand that side of this animal that I love very much, I have to go into the darkness with them. Even if you ask any grizzly bear expert what grizzly bears are doing at night, no one really knows. What are these animals doing? Are they killing things? Are they mating? Are they fighting? Or maybe they're doing something we've never seen before. There's a whole world out there that's unseen. A whole grizzly world.
Just be quiet.
There's good reason why people haven't filmed grizzly bears at night. A person has to have a certain amount of boldness to go out there and face these beasts in the darkness. And this is the only place I would dare try. I've spent 10 years tracking grizzlies here. I call him Black Bart. He's this big black male grizzly. I've had some pretty close calls.
That's about as close as you want a grizzly bear to get.
Being out here in the daylight is one thing. Grizzlies at night? Impossible. Until now. This is one of the camera traps I'm gonna set up. It's a place I've come every year for a very long time to see grizzly bears. And I've tracked and filmed grizzlies here a lot. I've set up camera traps a lot. This time, I'm gonna do something that no one's ever done before. Check this out. A thermal monocular. This will read the body heat of bears, elk, moose, whatever walks in the night. Will allow me to see what I could never see before. Grizzlies at night. Camera traps, they're my scouts. Once I've confirmed that I've got bears here, then I'll come up with a game plan for tracking them after dark.
I was walking down the meadow here, and right here in front of me, two grizzlies, probably a mating pair. That looks like Black Bart and Susie. She must be an estrus. That's great because females in estrus like that will attract a lot more bears here. Black Bart just got up. He was just lounging there watching Susie doing all the work out there eating. Then he got up, went over to that post, started rubbing his back.
This is really a classic encounter for me. I see grizzlies like this year after year after year.
As long as this wind is just so perfect. You know, sitting out here, I am essentially invisible to a bear as long as they can't smell me and as long as I'm not moving around. But I am completely off the radar. Look at this.
Bears are moving up the hill closer to me. You know, most people would be pretty worried, but you know, the wind's in my favor, blowing to the side, they can't smell me. Done it 1,000 times. What could go wrong?
It's about to get real. I'm right between two bears over here, and this guy just smoking down the hill, and he can't see me. I'm holding still. He can't smell me. The wind's blowing this way, and I don't know what to do. You know, it's like one of those situations. I know I'm in a bad situation, but okay. Yeah, the wind's not gonna go in my favor. I gotta. Okay. Yeah. He can't smell me. My bear spray won't work. I just gotta start moving. Gotta start moving here. Okay. That bear recognized my movement. He realized I was a person. And that was just enough for him to disappear.
If I wouldn't have moved, he would have kept coming. He would have come right through me.
These guys, look at them, they're still digging. They never saw me move. Okay, so he smelled me. Finally, they got around. The wind got right in their face. Now I was on the grizzly radar. He took off. It just shows when it comes to a grizzly bear, you're pretty much invisible until you get that scent, and then that's it. That's it. They're out of here. I don't know. Being out here in the dark and knowing there's a lot of bears out here. It's gonna be pretty interesting for sure.
Filming grizzly bears at night, there's a ton of unknowns. What really will happen when I go out there? I mean, there's no substitute for experience. And right now, I have none. But one of my greatest teachers might just offer me a crash course. I've learned a lot of valuable lessons from Brutus that I've implemented out in the field with wild grizzlies. Brutus took to the ice like a polar bear. He showed me he could swim just like an Alaskan brown bear. Now, it's the secret life of grizzlies at night that Brutus can teach me. But first, I need to know how they travel. And that means I need plenty of room. This is gonna be perfect. As a grizzly bear moves across the landscape, whether it's looking for prey items or food sources or rub trees, it's determining where it's going by its nose. That's how they navigate the night, right here. To put that theory to test, I've come up with a little obstacle course. And at the finish, there's a prize for Brutus, a goalpost covered in bear scent. This obstacle course is supposed to replicate what a grizzly bear will face as it moves across the landscape, day or night. Low limb, underneath, deadfall, logs, you gotta get over them. Then you're moving quickly, you're going up on the ridge. And then finally, touchdown, rubbing tree. Gotta leave your mark. And that's what you hope Brutus is gonna do. Now, Brutus, I gotta turn the lights off. You gotta use your nose. Let's see if you can find that rub tree, that scent post. Let's see if you can make a touchdown, dude. Now, a grizzly bear has got one of the best noses in the entire planet when it comes to animals. So, in theory, he shouldn't even hesitate. But this is why we're doing this experiment, because there's only one way to find out. It's time to turn the lights out. Grizzly Stadium, University of Montana. Ladies and gentlemen, 900 pounds, 8 feet tall, starting linebacker. Number 00, Brutus the Bear. This is the first right here, Brutus in the dark. You know, I'm used to watching his body language, and now the danger factor's kind of gone through the roof because I can't see what he's up to. He's using his nose. I put some ammonia on here that replicates the smell that a bear leaves behind when it leaves their scent. He can smell the rub tree, the goalpost. He is locked in. He's found the target. Grizzly bear has a sense of smell 7 times stronger than a bloodhound. A bloodhound can smell where a human has walked 2 days prior. It's amazing. There he goes. Yes! Through the forest, up the ridge, off, touchdown to the goalpost. He did it. He's navigating with his nose, doesn't miss a step. Really proves to me that a bear has no disadvantage at night. What do you think of that? Yeah, get it. Yeah. Takedown. Pretty good end zone dance if you ask me. Now I get it. Wild bears rely on their best sense, that sense of smell at night. But as for me, I'll be walking around blind.
And right now, I'm like on high alert, you know, I'm listening. It's even using my nose, because I can't really see that well.
Hey, KZ, copy?
Yeah, go ahead. Watch your back here, we got something coming. He's coming quick.
Day or night, I don't feel comfortable having a grizzly bear that close to me. I mean, there's this bubble that I like to maintain. Once they break that bubble, it's seconds of reaction time.
Now I can't stop looking over my shoulder.
If I was in that situation in the darkness, there's a lot of other things that could have gone wrong. Instead of been focused on the bears in front of me, I wouldn't have turned and looked behind me. If I did, it might have been too late. What I need is a wingman to watch my butt. And there's only one person I know that's crazy or brave enough to volunteer, and that's Tyler Jonerson. Tyler and I have gone face to face with mountain lions, ornery mountain lions. We don't want to do stuff someone else has already done.
It's unreal. We're filming this lion in its bed.
There's nothing that fuels Tyler and I more than people saying, you can't do that. And that's what they say about this grizzly night project. It's like, you're gonna go out there with grizzlies at night, you're not gonna see anything. And if you do, you're probably gonna get killed. Bring it on.
So this photo was taken from would be my lookout.
Exactly. Hopefully it'll be your view. They love to go from the digging grounds to the calving grounds. Over here eating roots and rodents, and then I go over here and have an elk calf for dessert.
And I'm gonna lose you in here, looks like.
There's a lot of little spots, but this is the best option that we have.
The mission we're going on is dangerous. The more and more I look at it, it looks really kind of like a special forces mission. We're going out at night, encountering very dangerous things. We've got all this high-tech gear. It's complicated. And if we don't make sure that everything is in order, we could die.
Yeah, usually it's in the evening, the sun's going down. I'm going down the mountain. Tonight's different. Things have flopped around. Sun's going down. I'm going up the mountain.
This is by far the best lookout in the whole country. There's elk calving in the area, and immediately we pick up bears, immediately.
So we've got the recipe. Big herd, elk cows ready to calve, hungry bears over there, and the most important part of that ingredient, a good view.
Tyler's got to be able to focus. and watch my back. But that means nobody's gonna be watching his back. So we come up with this plan. We're gonna put an electric fence, something that we put around our camps all the time. We're gonna put it around him.
Oh, shit. We might want to watch where we put these in.
How many strands are you thinking? You want to be able to...
Enough.
About as legitimate as a battery as it gets, so.
All right, going hot.
Is it working?
Oh, yeah. It's working. Well, and I always try to set up a camp where I think the bears will not be traveling. And this is the opposite.
Yeah, I'm here to tell you, buddy, you just put your camp right in the middle of a grizzly highway.
If you're already out there in the middle of the night in grizzly bear country, what isn't a grizzly bear highway?
That's good.
And Casey, at that point, says, I want to show you something.
You know, right over in those trees is where I watched that bear kill that elk calf, right about this time of night. Right where those trees are. That's where it went down.
I mean, it was unmistakable.
Got him.
Yeah, it's just the sound of an elk calf fighting for its life.
I realize the only way I'm gonna prove to Tyler that this thermal technology really works is to let him test it himself.
Where that bear was down in the shadows, almost invisible, I want you to play that bear. I want to see if my gear will make you visible.
I mean, you know more than get down into that timber, and it's so dog hair thick in there. It's already dark.
The one thing that's creepy about this is like almost exactly like that night. This is working good, man.
See me good?
It's amazing. Like, if I look down there right now, I can pretty much just see your hat. But when I look at this camera, I can see every inch of you.
We are now like two kids at the candy store. We got this cool technology, and we got this whole world ahead of us, this whole world of darkness that now we can see in.
I can see it clear as a bell here.
Some communication with radios, a grid system. We'll be moving out here in this landscape in complete darkness, not using our nose like the bear, but maybe the next best thing.
I know a grizzly bear is a predator. It's got these giant canines in its mouth, designed to kill and eat other animals. And I've almost watched it one time with an elk calf. And that focused me on the fact that maybe bears are being predators at night. But what happens next rocks my world.
Says one person was killed and 2 others injured in a bear attack at a campground east of Cook City and north of Yellowstone National Park.
I was sound asleep, and then a split second before the attack, something caused me to wake up.
It's super rare. It's like being struck by lightning.
But that night, lightning struck 3 times.
It was very quiet. It never made any noise. I felt like he was hunting me.
Deb's story strikes a nerve. A grizzly attack victim who was hunted. It's not possible. Or is it? This is the first time you've been back to the scene.
Yeah, definitely.
The sun goes down and you decide to retire to your tent. So take me from there. Tell me how this went.
I think I was hitting the pillow pretty hard. I was sound asleep. And then sometime around 2 in the morning, I got this deep sense that something was terribly wrong. I had rolled over on this side. It's kind of like swimming from underwater and coming up out of your dream or whatever it is, because you're not sure if it's a dream state or not, but something was really wrong. Bear was on my arm and ripped me up out of the tent a little bit. I could hear the teeth grinding on my bones, and I could feel that pressure, and it was an extremely strong pressure that was getting stronger and stronger like a vice. I started to yell, I'm being attacked by a bear. It's a bear. It's a bear. I thought I was dead. I hadn't given up, but at that point, I realized that that might have been my last breath. And I thought about my family.
At that point, you were your prey. And, you know, and you very easily could have not walked out of here.
Then I could hear the people next door start to make a move for their car. The car doors slammed. The bear let go of me.
Well, thank you for sharing, and I've learned a lot just in what you've told me so far. But I think there's a lot more I can learn, and it'd be awesome if you could help me. Deb's perspective can teach me a lot, but only if she lets go of that fear. And I have this plan. I want her to get up close and personal to a grizzly again, but this time I want it to be very positive. And the only way I can make that happen is with Brutus. So the sun's going down, and you actually have more experience with grizzly bears at night than I do. So tonight, if you'd be willing to do this, I'd like to experience my first grizzly bear at night with you.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, neat.
You'll do it?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
It's pitch black. Time to go thermal. And when you look out here and try to find Brutus, you'll see a heat signature.
Wow, look at that.
And it was just completely dark over there.
It's just like seeing him in the daylight.
Gradually, I could see those walls breaking down, those walls of fear that she had from that night at Soda Butte.
You can see him smelling.
Yeah, look at that.
His ears all pricked forward. I've noticed.
He's using all of his senses.
I know a lot of people that think bears don't do anything at night. And, you know, you just watch Brutus here and he's just super active.
It's real apparent that Brutus is excited. He's playing, full of energy, running around, pushing on trees, rolling over on his back.
You know, he's getting like hyper, getting a lot of
Yeah.
energy. You
Yeah.
can see he's starting to run around, be a little more destructive.
Difference from earlier. Now, can you imagine going into Yellowstone Park in the dark with that out there?
I can do more than imagine. I have a mission of many nights to come doing exactly that.
I think you better be overly cautious come dark, because of all the experiences with any grizz I've had, dusk and dawn, they definitely start to act different. You know, they're a lot more bold, a lot more curious as to if you're something to eat or not.
We're feeling pretty good. We've got all our tools in place.
Check, check.
Loud and clear.
We got a pretty solid game plan. I'm gonna rock. I'm gonna get up there to the snow line as fast as I can while it's still light.
A lot of unknowns. Be careful.
I will. You too. Watch your back. And mine. I set off into the night, leaving Tyler on top of the satellite peak. It's amazing how vulnerable you feel. You know, Tyler's got a radio and he's got some equipment up on the hill, but in the end, the only person that's gonna save your butt when you're out there in the dark is you. The sun's going down, the moon's coming up. It's time to spend the night with the grizzlies. Here we go.
As darkness sets in completely on us, the weather comes in, and it comes in fury. We're getting, like, pounded. Hey, Poppy.
And the weather is really proving that there are some massive flaws in our plan.
Super tough to hear you with all this rain. Gonna have to just ride it out. You're on your own.
The storm's blowing in. There's no way Tyler can see me right now. Might as well utilize this opportunity to see what's going on out here in this camera trap. Something keeps, look at this. Bear came right in there. Sniffed it in the dark.
scream. We probably scared this bear away, or the bear was right here walking by this camera. That's crazy.
I'm powering back up right now. It's breaking enough. I think I can get this thing working.
So I let Tyler know a bear just walked by the camera trap.
You know, I can only see its butt. It looks like a big butt.
That's wild. Here's Casey. But I don't see the bear right now. Oh, yeah. Hey, you got a copy?
Copy.
I think I just picked up the bear there. It just came out of the low end of that cut.
10-4, making a move. Watch my back.
It's creepy to be out in the dark. I mean, every little crack of a branch or things that you're hearing, you're just on guard. Tyler's sitting up there on top of his little hill, air traffic control, telling me I'm moving too slow.
Just seems like you guys haven't moved an inch.
You know, one of the things I picked you for was patience. I'm out here in the dark, and there's grizzly bears, like right where I'm at, and right below me, and everything goes about like 10 times slower. So just take a deep breath. He doesn't like when I talk to him like that. I love you, Tyler.
Hey, Casey, you copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a couple heat signatures across the creek.
I think I see what you're looking at, but it's pretty far. I'm gonna try to close the gap.
Or just be quiet.
Hey, did you pick them up yet? One of these heat signatures is definitely putting the run on the other one.
There we go. Chase, stomp, kick.
Wow. That really looks like a bear running in there.
All we see are these white blobs moving around in a very strange way. One thing is for sure, there's something going on. There's aggression. There's this heightened level of activity, and I'm going to it.
This is getting intense. Be on your toes. Watch all positions here, because this is definitely super dangerous.
Copy that. I got your eyes.
It's like walking into a beehive that's already been kicked 4 times. I am gonna drop my radio here because I want to be able to watch. Yeah, definitely. That looks like a bear now. It's going in for the calf. It's gotta be the calf right there. Mama's down low. But if that bear is moving in right now, get ready.
Now, all my instincts are telling me that it's a moose with a baby or an elk with a baby and a bear relentlessly trying to come in and eating the baby. And Mama's saying, you're not gonna eat my baby today. Take these hooves to the head. I'm chasing you away. That's what it looks like it's going on. But there's just a little bit of doubt because I don't know for sure. I can't tell. They're just heat signatures. And that doubt is driving me crazy. When a grizzly bear is looking for an elk calf, it'll grit out, try to use its nose to try to find that calf back and forth, zigzagging through the sagebrush. Second option is if they get close enough, that calf will flush. But when a calf bolts in the darkness, how does a grizzly react? It's time to find out. Now, I know Brutus can navigate through the dark. I know he can use his nose through the dark, but will he be a predator at night? So to simulate that calf in motion, I'm gonna use a remote control car in the darkness and see if that will provoke Brutus to chase.
I'm ready to go lights out. Let the games begin.
My little El Calf RC car flushes. Brutus locks in like a predator and just goes after it.
Fast, like a fast move like that right there.
He's actually running faster in the dark than I've ever seen him run before.
If I've ever seen a predator before, Brutus is being one right now in the dark.
So this is a light bulb going off. I've never seen Brutus exert so much energy, pretty agile, pretty fast. I think a little El Calf, I think Brutus would have nailed it.
About to go out of sight.
Hey, Casey. Our possible bear has been bumped out of there, ran right down through the creek bottom there, coming right towards you.
Watch your back here, we got something coming. He's coming quick.
Hey, we just lost the camera here. I have no image whatsoever. Just stand by.
Oh, really don't need your image right now. Don't need your image, we got this.
It's a standoff. It's time to draw your guns.
Guys, get your bear sprays ready.
Okay, you there?
I MacGyvered it and fixed it with a zip tie.
Hold, Tyler, just hold on.
Do you copy?
Do you copy?
Yes, I copy.
I'm turning the radio off. I cannot communicate right now. I gotta pay attention to this, whatever it is coming at me here. It's kind of wheeling out of here. Every indication that was a bear and it was coming fast. But now it's turned. Seems like it's moving away. Let's get out of here.
By the end of the night, we have used all of our energy. We're fried, we're frustrated. But then again, we are a little bit motivated.
Good news is there's definitely something going on out here at night. Now I just gotta refigure how we're gonna be able to see exactly what's going on.
So I make a call to a friend. It's time to take this mission to another level. Bring in the cavalry.
Casey, how are you?
I'm good.
Tyler, how are you?
I mean, what were little blobs that we couldn't identify on the hill, now we'll be able to see single hairs on their back. Grizzly bears, you can run, but you're not gonna hide. Sun's going down, it's about game time, and we're scanning around and we spot two heat signatures.
Right next, look at that. Is that? Go a little bit more. Can you zoom in more?
That's a newborn calf right there.
Look at how little that guy is. He can't even walk. That has to be brand new.
Yeah, how old is that, would you say?
Under 24 hours, I bet.
Wow, that's part of the reason why the grizzlies are here.
Cow elk with a little tiny calf. That's grizzly bait.
This calf was brand spanking new. And for a grizzly bear, that's exactly what they're looking for. The calf can barely walk. I mean, that thing's locked down in that tiny area right there.
So now this is half the battle because I know where this calf is. You guys can keep an eye on that. I could get out there.
I can see this elk calf where it went down. Everything's good. I'm feeling motivated. I'm ready to get out there. This is gonna be great. I open the door, step outside.
How's the view out there?
It's dark. It hasn't got any warmer or any less dangerous out here.
We'll be your eyes.
Now I essentially am gonna do what a bear's doing, looking for elk calves in complete darkness. Calf is little. They hold still, they don't move. They're hidden away by design. So this is gonna be a real test.
Hey, Tyler, I'm pretty close to the water here, but I'm not seeing anything.
It is just barely on the other bank, laying flat as a pancake on the ground.
Oh, it's right here.
He's making little noises. He must be calling to his mom. Meow. Meow. Mom, where are you? I'm hungry. Bear hears that. He's gonna hone in on that. Hey, little elk calf. Shh. This little elk calf, he's essentially ringing a dinner bell. Problem is, the dinner is him.
Hang on a sec, I got an image on camera too here. I can't tell what it is, but it's definitely moving through the sage and...
Where's he at from here?
Right in front of you, like 30 degrees to your right, 100 yards up the hill. It's just stood up. It's a grizz for sure, Casey.
Which way should I go? See.
It's gonna come out on that open face across from the creek.
The bear's not coming towards the elk calf. He's kind of going the other direction, but...
Okay, yeah, down here I don't have a very good view, so I'll get up higher. Keep watching it.
Yeah, he's just got his head down and motoring.
The night before, when Tyler said, I got a bear, I would say, are you sure? And he would say, well, kinda. Tonight, he can say, I got a bear. It looks like a big male. It's moving in this direction. There's no doubt. I'm on its heels. I'm following that guy.
He's going right into that willow cut at the bottom of the calving grounds. Follow me?
He's definitely going on a mission somewhere. Bear on a mission. Bear that's hunting, bear that's looking for a girlfriend, bear that's going somewhere. It's just motivated. I'm motivated. Tyler's motivated. Everything's perfect. Except that bear's going to a place that's gonna be out of Tyler's view. Not a good situation for me.
Right here, what's this? Here.
The bear starts to slip away, and then...
Hey, stand by, we got a Barry's signature out there. Yeah, we got a bear here.
I copy, do you copy?
Yeah, Roy and I just picked up a bear. It's definitely grubbing away. It's in a bunch of those folds out there. Right now, it's definitely feeding on something.
Yeah, okay, I got it right here. It's pretty much the only heat signature out there in that sage. I just can barely see the top of his back.
I mean, it's full on chewing. I think he's tearing some flesh out here.
This bear could be on an elk calf. This is our moment.
Yeah, this bear's done eating. It's on the move.
Yeah, I got him. He is, unfortunately, coming right this direction.
And when the bear breaks from that feeding session, it's coming straight towards Casey.
He's coming right at me. He's coming right at me.
You got him?
My instincts are saying, hold still, just hold your ground, hold your ground. The last time it bumped into something sitting in the sagebrush, it ate it.
I'm holding tight. I'm not gonna retreat.
So I just lock it down, let it just play out. And then that bear just walks by.
And sometimes you just gotta know when to sit still and let things just walk by. That was a little too close for comfort, but that was pretty awesome.
It didn't seem like that bear was hunting me. Didn't seem that it even knew I was there. I gotta follow.
Heading into the ponds there, right where that first bear went.
Okay, gotcha. We just gotta wrap around like this. He's going in that gully right there. We gotta get up on top. So if I get up on top, I can look down, see where that bear's going.
Casey, I got another bear. So we have 3 bears, Casey. Confirmed 3 different bears. I'm looking at 2 of them right now. Same shot. Walking straight beeline. Same exact spot as the other bear.
Okay, come on, come on.
Casey, we're losing you. No, it's not. Casey, you copy? We're losing you completely.
Okay.
You're completely out of sight. Is there any way we can track him from here?
No, not until he comes back up on the other side of the ridge.
As I get close, I do not want to be talking too much. I do not want to blow this.
You know, there's an element of all this technology that kind of gives you a sense of taming the wild. Now that I'm going out of sight of Roy and Tyler, I'm off the leash.
Let's just go. Come on. We gotta get up. I just heard something running through the brush.
Then I get to that spot, bam, right there. Drop down. Bear. And then all of a sudden, everything just starts coming alive.
This is great. 3 bears. 3 grizzly bears, they look like. Yeah, look at these guys are just... I've never seen bears moving around like this.
I can see one of these big males is hunkered down on a carcass of some sort, right on the edge of the beaver pond. And the other bears are just, they want a piece of that carcass too. So now it's just a game of who's the bigger bear.
Oh, he just totally just smoked the other bear off the top of the carcass. They're gonna fight here.
I have watched big male grizzly bears my entire life, and I've never seen them with so much energy and action. These boys are playing, and they're playing hard tonight. The nighttime is their time. They're being social, they're interacting, they're fighting, they're hunting, they're doing all kinds of things at this heightened level.
Can't see him anymore. Back up. Back up.
The only way to make this night better is to come out of it alive.
I got him. Here he comes.
Casey, we got you.
Okay, I'm headed your way. It's pretty amazing.
Everything I've learned has revealed something I never thought possible. A grizzly might be better suited for the night than for the day. This is where they shine. It was right here all along. We just couldn't see it. Now, it's the dawn of something new. So one thing's for sure, this won't be my last night with the Grizzlies.